Greetings, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Versus Awards!
Yeah!
So, normally we are dressed up for these things.
Wait, what do you mean we are dressed up?
I mean, it's been a few years. I mean, we wore tuxes and stuff to the first one. It was a natural award event.
Mm-hmm.
Then we were banished to the dungeon.
Probably because you wanted to go on natural.
Then we had to film all found footage style out in the wilderness. And half of that tape was lost, as you do with found footage. This year, we got something awesome. We're dressed down like this because we're going on vacation to Hollywood, California.
Oh.
And we got our traveling shirts. I'm hoping maybe I can meet Wet Movie 1 over there.
All
maybe
right.
not. I mean, I don't know. But maybe meet some movie stars. Do all the cool stuff.
Of course, there's no greater movie, or at least after next year, there'll be no greater movie star than Mr. Anderson. But
Well, yeah,
I have to leave him behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, he is going to be behind. But we got a lot of ground to cover.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're going to have to start
Mr. Anderson.
with Mr. Anderson, one of the stars of Amityville Webcam, with one of our awards this year. So before we get on the plane, let's start off with Best Poster and Cover Design, brought to you by none other than William Jennings. Let's give it a go.
Alright. Next. Hey, yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Anyway, thank you. You don't know me, you can find me at my web handle, Media's Artifacts on X. Appalachian artist, Will Jennings on the Facebook like page. Alright, okay. This is Best Poster Design. Oh, it could be me, You got the choices of Amityville, Death Toilet. Who the fuck makes that shit up, really? No. You got Pint. I like a good pint. Polite Society. Oui. Oh, oui. Pour toi, Lyoto, mon ami. Pour toi. Oh, poor things. You got Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Winnie the Pooh. And the winner is whatever Poor Things is. Poor Things is a winner. Bravo.
Well, that was an amazing presentation. Very artistic. But what did you think? Well, what did you think? Poor Things. Not bad.
Poor Things had a really great poster. Very creative and very memorable.
Now, I'll admit, these past couple of years, the Oscars have really kind of burned me in many ways. So I'm just like, nah. Really since 2020. And so the Oscars are not usually my indicators of what I feel I have to watch anymore. It used to be I need to watch every Oscar-winning film. or every Oscar-nominated film. But this film, the cover, is really what sold me on, okay, I want to see this right now. And then, of course, him picking it for discussion gave me an excuse. But I would have watched it before the awards anyway. And just that kind of Alice in Wonderland look on it, the dress and all of that, it popped. And it is as artsy a cover as it is a film. Matter of fact, I think that the cover doesn't do the film justice for the artistic nature of it. I mean, production design-wise, anyway.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. The point of this category is, does it make you want to see the film? And
exactly.
I feel like most of these contenders at least stoke the interest a little bit. Some more than others.
Hey, I thought Death Toilet 5 had a great poster.
Yes, it does.
So, it's some good stuff. Now, one of the other things we have to do before we go is we've got to start with the original song category. Because in the order that we present these, original song comes up quicker than later. So I had to go out and I had to hire somebody. I had somebody else in mind, but he's been busy. And then YouTube likes to copyright strike even the slightest mention of a song.
Yeah.
So I hired somebody to just do that for us, just film it for us, and be done with it. So let me introduce him right now for us. There be sharks here. Sharks. Ooh. Shark. 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 No shark. Oh, hi there, mateys. Oh, yes, he got there. I mean, it's here technically, but we're kind of looking in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. A parallel universe, whatever thing.
The hell is that?
Well, so tell us who you are. Well, I be Captain Hampton's first mate, Billy Bum, and I sailed here to help with the Versus Awards. It is an award show of great renown.
Okay.
It is a show of great renown, as they say. I mean,
Renard. Huh?
he's legit. I mean, he does the R thing.
Okay.
I'll see folk do R on everything.
Okay. You should have just hired Taylor Swift if you're worried about YouTube. No one messes with her.
That is true. So, why the hammer though?
Good question.
Well, I've been following sharks. You see, there's a shark that's been coming into the oceans. And so I traveled down the narrow oceans, all the way down here to Suburbia.
That's not an ocean. That's not even a creek, really. It's kind of more of like a ditch.
So, did he get here on one of them little toy boats like kids use, like the kid had in it?
Yeah, maybe.
They all float down here.
They all float down here.
Whenever you mind. 'Cause I be here to try and do the singing R. The special Musark for the Versus Awards. 'Cause I can get around to you, Torv Agency.
See, I told you, he is a professional singer. All people of the sea are professional singers. I mean, they all sing, they all drink.
True. This is true.
Yeah, well, there's some
And
alcohol in the
the more they
background.
drink, the more they sing.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
the louder.
So maybe this will be good. I mean, we can get some good renditions of these songs. Huh? I say go for it.
I guess I wouldn't mind hearing I Know It's True as a sea chanty.
So I put down my shark killing hammer. And we get started. So my first music rendition is This Moment from Ruby Kraken. Release the Kraken. Well, oh, this moment, oh, this moment, oh, this moment, I get the
Well, I mean, it kind of. I like
this moment is a strange moment.
It is, but I it's not really the song though. I'm sorry, it just I don't think it works. I hired the guy, I admit.
Is he trying to do the Weird Al thing?
I don't
like
know.
the polka versions?
Of course not. It be an approximation.
No, it isn't. But then again, my grandmother used to tell me an approximation can be a good ways off of the original. What do you think? Would that be approximately that song?
I don't think so. Maybe if you did the full song, we might get almost in the same ballpark, but not from that piece.
I'm sure that the authors of the music would say it sounds identical to the original. Arr. Well, that's it for this rendition. I hope you've enjoyed it. I think I need to get me a kraken.
Well, that was something, wasn't it?
That kraken might help him in his battles with sharks.
Oh yeah, well, that is true. And Ruby Kraken was a fun one. I do think it was a fun song. And this was maybe this could like go on like as a B-side for one of the albums. I mean, it might be fun.
I don't think so.
But of course, he's going to be staying at the house right now. Alternate dimension version, Barrett B, but still there. I mean, Lord help us. I mean, we just came in. I'm just recovering. I thought I had gotten killed by a webcam. But and I had, but I found out that it didn't kill me. I was just almost dead.
Oh, well,
and
that's
then
good.
I had to bail you out because you were stealing stuff and were surrounded with a bunch of dead bodies in the thing. But you did fight the camera, I guess.
Ah, yes.
But you know. But of course, as it is, our trash collecting jobs have been kind of on probation after that because, well, I mean, you can't go murdering a bunch of people and stealing stuff. But they're pretty lenient.
Shame. That made the big money there.
Yeah, that was big money. And speaking of which, we have a plane to catch. But you know,
Yeah.
I brought some special luggage for the trip. And I wanted to tell you something. I brought some ham too.
Ham.
Yeah, it's right there. Just if you'll take a look right down there. Yeah. Just take a look. Take a look. It's right in there. So the ham's like right down there. You gotta get in a little bit closer. A little bit closer. That's right. That's right.
Get in there. That's right. Get in there. God, yeah, that's right. Get in there. Oh yeah.
Okay, just a little bit tighter there. Yeah, suck it in. Suck it in. Come on. A little bit. Just a little bit more. Oh, don't listen to those cracks. That's okay. It's probably nothing that we can't fix later with some duct tape.
All right, now we're good. We're good. Okay. All right, let's get that in there. All right, good. Whew. All right.
Actually, once you feng shui everything, it's kind of cozy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I could only afford one ticket, so you're gonna have to be the carry-on for this flight.
Kitchen.
Whew. Fancy plane. All right.
Yeah?
You get to sit right here. There's nobody beside me.
Okay.
All right. Whew. Fancy chairs for this plane. Well, yep. I decided to go ahead and get us the best airline ever. We are traveling on Spirit Airlines.
Oh, God help us.
So, we are taking off right now. Let's talk a little bit, because we got it ways. I got my laptop with us,
Okay.
and we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next category, which our friend Dave is actually going to be doing for us.
Okay.
And that's the category Best Film Not in the English Language.
Next up, we have another category. And this is the best film not in the English language. And I believe there are 6 nominees. And the nominees are 12th Fail, Gojira -1, or otherwise known as Godzilla -1. Kimitachi Thou Dao Ikaru Ka, The Boy and the Heron. Conferencen, otherwise known as The Conference. La Sociedad de la Nieve, Society of the Snow. And Zom 100, Zombie ni Naru Mide ne Shita 100 no Koto. Zom 100, Bucket List of the Dead. And the winner goes to Godzilla -1. Congratulations to all around. And this has been another episode of the Versus Award Theater. Thank you for listening, and enjoy the show.
Right here, direct from the lamp, right here for your very much wish fulfillment.
Well, Dave does a pretty snappy presentation there.
Indeed.
So what do you think of Godzilla winning this year's nomination? Or win the award?
Well, it is a solid film. Surprisingly good for the franchise.
Well, yeah, I think so too. It is a pretty cool film. A lot of callback to World War II, as it should be. The original
Indeed.
Godzilla had some callbacks as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty good. So we're just going to kick back. Unless you have something else to say about it.
Well, I don't think I'm going to be kicking anywhere for right now.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, you'll be out in a minute.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll be on the ground before you know it.
That's a dangerous thing to say on Spirit.
So, any case, let's kick back and relax.
I'll try.
Oh, that's a turbulence there. You okay in there?
Yeah.
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go check on the captain and see what's going on. You stay right here.
Yeah, okay.
A penguin? And he's been drinking? Wait a minute. Penguins can't fly. Penguins can't fly?
Oh boy.
Now, what were you saying about that airline before?
Look, the quality is nowhere near as good as I thought it would be.
I hope this isn't what you thought it was going to be.
But I don't care what the airline says. These 2 chairs, thank goodness, survived. We're going to take these with us.
Sounds like a plan.
Our luggage blew up in the crash anyway.
At least it freed me.
Yeah, well, I guess it did. It did at that. But we're gonna have ourselves some nice, nice chairs to lug with us, and we're only a good 30-mile walk out of Hollywood. So, I think we're pretty good.
Might as well get our steps in.
Yeah. So, but while we're doing that, while we're doing that, let's take a look at one of our, other awards.
Okay.
So we've got Brittany with us, and she is already at the Kodak Theater. Or really, I don't know, which is her avatar, which is the avatar there. She is at the theater, going to be presenting Best Animated Feature.
Alrighty.
So let's check her out.
Best Animated Feature. Travakic, I, Minavacha. Cricket and Antoinette. Elemental. Nimona. Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken. Spider-Man, Across the Spider-Verse. The Super Mario Brothers movie. And the winner is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Have fun, you all. Flashbacks.
Well, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Indeed.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I was kind of partial to Ruby Gilman, but or that Cricket one. That Cricket one could have come out from behind, but to me, I think really the only person who saw it was the one who nominated it.
I think you're right.
But still, this is the importance of the voting. You could have, if you participated this year, you could have actually made this Cricket film win, if you wanted.
This Cricket film, is that the official retitling?
I mean, Cricket and Antoinette, I believe. Unless you can read what it is.
Well, it was a solid category. That one notwithstanding, it had some solid choices, but Across the Spider-Verse really was an awesome film. So I give it points.
So just to say, this is a difficult thing to film each year. I mean, I've got to approach a lot of different people to present. We've got to come in, we've got to do a lot of filming. Mm-hmm. We experiment with things. This year, I mean, we flew out to Hollywood, mm-hmm. and we had to deal with this plane crash.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So next year, I may be doing it differently. It may just be me, Jake, and Dave talking about our top films in each category for the year. But if you give this 200 likes, that's like almost 200 less people than are subscribed to this channel.
Or about
likes.
the number of Spider-Man people in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so if you give it 200 likes, we will do another Versus Awards for 2025.
Fair
Well, the
enough.
2024 film year.
Yes.
But 2025 will be when we do it.
Indeed.
If not, we are going to go to a less difficult situation.
You just don't want to get in another plane crash.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I
there's
don't
only
blame
so many drunk penguins I can actually, hire for this sort of thing. But, you know what? It's about time. You can rest for a few minutes. I gotta get some stuff together. We're gonna have to move. Well, of course, as we keep going, we do have another lovely song being sung for us by our captain. My captain, oh my captain. So let's take a look at what Billy Bum is doing so far.
Where be the shark? Arr.
Wait, why do you have two eye patches on? Are you able to, see to sing this way?
He's probably trying to hide from his shame.
Well, maybe. Just a little bit odd.
What do you mean? I can see just fine. Maybe a little. Well, this next rendition, I be singing the song Peaches from the Mario Brothers movie. Well, peaches, 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 early in the morning.
Well, that was certainly amusing.
It was something.
Yes, but so that was Peaches for the Super Mario Brothers movie.
He is no Jack Black.
No, but that song, that could
His
win.
beard's almost as big.
But, but what can you say? He was a blind pirate fisherman thing at this point. So, I mean, there's only so much you can do when you're a blind pirate fisherman.
Guess, yeah.
But yeah, let's see what else is up.
Yeah.
I'm glad these chairs has traveled with us. Oh boy.
Yeah.
That was a long walk, but now we are finally in sunny, smoggy LA. Let me see here. Oh,
Sunny and smoggy.
this bum
Yeah,
gave
I
me
guess
this.
they pull it off somehow.
Man, that street water's good.
Too bad my drink went down with the plane.
I'm telling you, these thermos brand things, they last. They can survive anything.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. They're pretty good. Oh, boy. So, but you know what we need to do?
What's that?
We need to present an award. So, and Brittany's back.
Okay.
And she's going to finish things off by telling us about not the animated feature, but the animation itself. Let's hear about Best Animation in Film.
And welcome, Flashbags! It is time for us to categorize animation and film. Ladies and gentlemen, the category is Best Animation in Film. And the nominees are Elemental, Kintachi wa do Ikaru ka, The Boy and the Heron, Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, the Super Mario Brothers movie, Wish. And the winner is Elemental.
Well, Elemental.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that she was not very much a fan of Wish's animation, but I guess
So
it's
I
okay.
hear.
I mean, it did win, so
Yeah. Elemental, on the other hand, is pretty freaking gorgeous. Pixar brought their A game for that one. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I think it's so still. Yeah, it was a good one. If I compare it to its contemporary Zootopia, because they really are compared a lot, I would say Zootopia was a little bit better in the looks department, but the other one didn't need to be. The other one was much more animation.
I think the story comparison is apt, but the visuals were totally different. Now, Zootopia, you had to deal with fur, which is a tricky thing to animate.
They got it
But
well done.
here, you had to deal with water and fire and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And in terms of something as nebulous as the main two characters are water and fire, as nebulous as those are, I think they nailed that in a way that a lesser film just wouldn't have.
So yeah, that's good. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, there were others that were there. I mean, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, I am surprised that one didn't win, especially when it won Best Animated Feature.
Mm-hmm.
But still,
Pretty solid animation.
it's still a pretty solid animation.
And then, of course,
overall.
we had The Boy and the Heron repping for traditional animation, and that's also pretty gorgeous. But
So, as we wrap this one up, of course, Brittany is done, and we do thank her for joining us for the Versus Awards this year. You can look at some of the stuff, some of the links for her channel, and where I don't know helps go through like arts and playthroughs, a lot of game streaming. They did a lot of cool stuff during the pandemic, and actually as of recently we get some streaming time and some anime reviews, so that's pretty good. You also have Demon Blade, which is her comic, and she has several web comics which are on her site, which also is there, and you can buy some of them even hardback over on Amazon. I have one too, but it's back in back east. I'm not walking back for that. I walked a long time enough to get here.
right.
But we're not done, because we got another song coming up. So let's see what old Belly Bum is doing now.
I was a wee bit nearsighted, so I had to get my spectacles back.
Spectacles. Well, one, I saw removal of an eye patch, but wasn't it on the other eye when you started?
I believe you have a point, but he probably didn't want to make a spectacle of himself, huh?
Maybe.
No, it was always on the same eye. I lost it 30 years ago when I battled the vicious midget pirates of Willy Goat.
I'd like to think that was Captain Hampton that took out the midget pirates of Willy Goat. I remember that.
Also, midget is not the preferred nomenclature. Little person,
people,
please.
yes. So little people of Willy Goat.
In this rendition of the movie Barbies, I'm Just Ken, the lyrics go... What?
It stinks.
Of course. This is an approximation, as I said before.
But I don't even know if people are going to understand that this is the I'm Ken. I mean, going by the other ones, I'm not sure he'll be even recognizable.
No. Maybe if you put on a blonde wig and did like a dance number.
Well, he does a dance number usually. So.
No, that's true. But a jig, they didn't really do a jig. But,
No, I think most people would recognize this as a perfect song. You just listen. Well, 'cause I'm just Ken anywhere else I'd be Ken, and that's me just a need to live and die in life and blonde hair. Perfect rendition, early in the morning.
Well, a perfect rendition indeed.
you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Oh boy. Well, we're not going to get to the city center if we don't keep walking. Besides, it's a little bit violent looking out here.
I don't know. These chairs are so comfortable, though.
Yeah, but it also looks like I saw somebody hold up like a turtle across the street there. Bit too many guns over in this section of town. I think we can go.
Oh, you
else.
mean held up? But I thought you meant held up a turtle. But I don't know.
You stay here if you want, but I am going to go.
No, I'd like to continue the show. Well, this looks a little more promising.
Yep, getting closer all the time.
Alrighty.
Again, from the great area of LA. I do so love that LA sunshine. It is nice. Less fire. Less fire is good.
Yes. Yes.
So, I think we're in good right now. Well, so I decided that we could take a shortcut and we're going to go through Disney, then hit Universal, and then we're going to try and get right into it, and then we're going to try and do the rest of this from the Kodak Theater. So we're going to be mostly there for the rest of it, but we're gonna have some fun as we go.
Okay.
I mean, we do work with the mouse a lot. So we got a new presenter this time. His name is Chris Lax, which he was Fright Night Freddy, I believe, in the movie Amityville Webcam, if you caught one of the end credit scenes. And he's going to be doing Best Cinematography. Let's take a look.
This next category really shows a filmmaker's ability to find creative and unique ways at telling stories through the actual imaging of a video camera. The next category is Best Cinematography. The nominees are Amityville Death Toilet, Evil Dead Rise, The Holdovers, Oppenheimer, Poor Things, Supercell, and the winner is Oppenheimer.
Well, Oppenheimer did have good camera work.
It did indeed. It did indeed. I was pushing for the holdovers, but Oppenheimer is a solid looking film. Still don't know what the story is with Amityville Death Toilet sneaking in there, but
I mean, good camera work there. Evil Dead Rise was also pretty fun. I never saw The Holdovers, to my knowledge.
I haven't seen Supercell.
Supercell, though, I mean, definitely the camera people risked a lot doing what they did. So that could be said to the, risk to the camera people getting those videos. But
cool.
With that being said, well, we got another We got another song coming up. So
Okay.
let's take a look at what we've got. We don't have many left. We're already halfway through the song. So,
Okay.
you know.
Well, I'd rather watch this than Evil Dead Rise.
Oh my.
I'm pretending to be on the waters, so soon I'll be setting sail again. Oh, hold on one moment.
Okay, that's it. That's it. No, he switched it. He switched his iPad right there.
Yeah, I mean, you did it on camera. It's a little different than just claiming that it never changes.
Just had to, adjust my glasses.
That's some adjustment.
Well, let's see what's next on this list here. It's from the musical Shingles, the movie. The great movie that's winning lots of awards this year. Yes. The song is I Know It's True. So let's sing it. Well, I know that it's true, I know that it's true, 'cause it just happened to me. I know that it happened true, they're laying the garden.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Oh boy, that's something.
It's true. Like your story about your eye and your shark hunting.
Well, as true as you're a pirate, I'm sure.
Ah, yeah.
But still, I guess it's an okay rendition of it.
That one I could see as a sea chanty, yes.
Well, you know what? I think it's time that we go to Disney. Yeah, let's go to Disney.
All right.
That was good. You know, I am. There are a lot of mice in Disneyland.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to stomp on a few just to get in.
Right.
But,
right. I mean, you know, you'd really think they'd have some measures in place to have not so many mice running around.
Well, we can't.
You know, there was this one really big one. He was kind of scary, actually, especially because he talked in this high-pitched voice, you know, and just...
Well, that's all right. I took his ears. There's some, you got to have something to bring back.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you know, you can call it a souvenir or a trophy or whatever.
We can't stay here too long because security is going to come and get us. We don't exactly have a lot of money.
Yeah.
So...
You'd think they'd focus more on the mice.
Yeah, well, I mean, they probably didn't also take kindly to us beating everybody at the gate with a chair. But what can you do? You don't have any money. I mean, we're over here.
Right.
I mean, they should be more sympathetic to our causes.
Right, right.
But I think we've got a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
I set fire to the castle and to the stunt coaster. And I think that should buy us a little bit of time.
Wait, weren't we trying to get away from fires?
Look, think of it as a tribute to Elemental. Speaking of good stuff, editing is a huge part of the film's scene.
Mm-hmm.
For those who actually do make the films, even those who make these types of videos, editing does play a huge role when it comes to this.
Indeed.
So we've actually got my wife here, Kim, who is going to be presenting the award for Best Editing.
In an attempt to earn or fuck my way to the top in Hollywood, I have been recruited to present the award for Best Editing. The nominees are as follows: Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, Evil Dead Rise, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, John Wick Chapter 4, it's my boy, Oppenheimer, of course, and Shingles, the movie. And the winner is, what the fuck? Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Yeah, I wanted John Wick, me personally. But what the fuck is Shingles? Anyways, on to the next category.
Well, Guardians 3.
Good movie.
Good movie. I'm not sure about... I mean, the editing, I guess, was all right. This is one of those cases where I feel like it was more about the popularity than it was about the editing.
I think the editing was quite solid. It was excellent. It's a very well-made film. But, I mean, personally, I think I don't even remember, but I think I was pulling for John Wick.
See, I still haven't seen John Wick 4.
Yeah, slacking.
I know. I watched a lot of 2023 films towards the end. It's just, I couldn't catch up to all of them.
Right.
But I did watch Oppenheimer, and that also had some good editing.
Yes, it does. It has some weirdly, randomly inserted stuff that makes it more artsy, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose, indeed, yes.
But making the bomb, the testing realistic does require good editing.
It does.
Yep.
So, well, with that being said, we got, we've got 2 more songs to go. And right before the Best Original Song category. But before that, if you want to see more about Kim, look in the description below. We do have the link to her YouTube channel. She's also on TikTok at Kim Creates Stuff. A lot of stuff on Manjaro content, healthy eating, a lot of literature content, book hauls, things like that. A lot of cool stuff for the cool and unique individual. But of course, we have sea shanties to listen to. So let's take a look.
Well, you know. There we go. Now I can see better. Ha-ha.
Of course you can see better. There's no eye patch on any of your eyes. Just on your forehead.
No, he's covering his third eye.
Well,
you know, which I don't know why you would want to do that, but
oh, it's because it's my third eye, you see. Says I can see the future. Ha-ha. Ha-ha.
Wouldn't you see the future better if it was uncovered?
That's what I was going to go with. But it's obvious that this gentleman defies logic, so...
But beautiful singing.
So now, we'll be looking at The Hunger Games. Didn't that come out a few years ago?
Yes, The Hunger Games did. The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, on the other hand.
Was it a good movie? I did not see it.
Oh, it was good.
It was?
The music was the best part.
Oh, so we're going to be treated to something really amazing here.
I sure hope so.
Sorry, we don't get many movies out in the ocean. Well...
No. I'm done. I'm out.
Hey, but you thought I'd never do it, but you thought it's over my head, but you figured I'd pass in the winter in the morning. Perfect rendition. Number 1. Leave number 1.
Oh, I love this guy.
is perfect. He could sing at every concert, as far as I'm concerned. Every year. Every year.
You think I can't catch you? I will hunt you down. I have a set of very specific skills that I will use if you do that again.
Well, you know, the next category is going to be a musical one, and I can see that security is getting closer, so I think we need to be heading over before they catch us. But let's go to the Hollywood Bowl. I think that's the perfect place to present Best Original Song.
Okay.
Whew, the Hollywood Bowl!
All right. Okay.
I mean, that's the perfect place, in my opinion. Oh, boy. A perfect place, in my opinion, to film the award for Best Original Song.
Okay.
But you know, we got one more song to be sung.
Jeez, no more. No more. He is done. He is done.
So, this be the last one. It's for something like 12 something, 12 miles, 10 miles, 14th floor, 14th, fail, the movie close to my soul. Yes, it's like on the ocean again.
You need to get lost at sea. That would be the best for all of us.
Why, you have a problem with me singing?
Is that what you call it? Because that's not what I would call it. I'm not sure what it is.
Oh, I'm sure that my rendition is going to live up to all of your expectations.
No. You didn't even get the damn English title of this movie right. I don't trust you to get any of the foreign language lyrics right.
Well...
Shut it, Cartman.
Well...
He just won't listen to reason. No, bad. Where's a water bottle so I can spray him?
Well...
You got one last warning. Don't. Bad.
Well... Sooner locomotive put in sovereigns I'd pay attention to what the ringots are saying early in the morning. Perfect condition
All right. No. No. This is not how that's... You didn't even get any of the lyrics right. You just totally butchered it. It's something... This song is from an Indian movie. It's originally sung by a really, really gorgeous young lady, and then it morphs into something more. But we need a female singer. We need preferably one young and cute, not some weird old bearded dingus who doesn't even know how to put an eye patch on right. I tell you, you're dead, buddy. You're dead. All right. You're done. I'm going to come get you.
I think I need to catch a ship. Thank you very much.
So he's on the East Coast. There's no way you can catch him.
Who says?
He's going to start rolling down that little ditch.
He's probably going to get grounded and shipwrecked and not be able to go anywhere.
Well, I mean, Maybe, but how are you going to get there? We are on the West Coast.
And
we had to take a plane over here.
well, I'm starting to wonder if we really had to.
Oh, well, what were you going to do?
Well, you see, I have a secret, the power of movie magic. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Power of movie magic. I'm going to...
That's Dr. Streaming's costume.
Yes, exactly. I knew we might need it. I don't know how I knew it, but I brought it along just in case, along with this machete. And I'm going to go catch the bastard using the time-honored slasher film technique of the serial killer walk.
Okay.
Yes. No one can outrun a serial killer who's walking along at a barely there speed. You see enough slasher films. You should know this.
Well, all right, but try and get back here. I mean, we got a couple of awards to do, and we're
Well,
trying
see,
to...
that's the funny thing about the serial killer walk. You get where you need to go, no matter how long it takes.
Well, maybe a universal.
Okay.
I'll finish with this.
Okay. I'll leave you to it. All right.
So, well, while he's gone, let's look at our newcomer for Best Original Song. And finally, we'll find out the award.
Best Original Song. First up, we have Bola Na by Swanod Kirkire and Shanturi Motara. 12th fail. Once again, can't read. Next up, Can't Catch Me Now by Olivia Rodrigo and Dan Negro for The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Next, I Know It's True by Steve Rudzinski, and that's for the Shingles, the movie. Next, I'm Just Ken by Mark Bronson and Andrew Watt for Barbie. Next, Peaches by Jack Black, Aaron Horvath, Michael Jelinek, Fosmond, and John Spiker for the Mario Bros. Movie. And the last one for the nominees in this category, This Moment by Amanda Ibanez, Jacob Kashner, Dallas K, and Luva for Teenage Kraken. And the winner is I Know It's True, Steve Rudzinski for Shingles the Movie. And that is all for this year's Versus Awards in the music category. Thank you. I'm going to go get back to reading and learning how to read.
Well, I Know It's True won, which is interesting. It is a pretty cool song. The movie Shingles. It's one I did not think was going to win. But we had a lot of Shingles fans out there this year, which is strange. Maybe it's because they listened to all these, but you could hear most of these. Shoot, you could have gone to the awards and heard the renditions of all of these. Butchered by the bee, I guess you could say. But we do have something nice. We have a acceptance speech. So give it up for the person who did write this. I believe the name is, well, you know what? Just watch the speech. This is going to be good.
Hi, this is composer, songwriter, and apparently collector of physical media, Mike Treblecock, and I'd like to thank Septum Sin and the Versus Awards for choosing I Know It's True as Best Original Song. I'd also like to thank Steve Rudzinski for Shingles the Movie and for giving me a reason to write the song in the first place. Thanks again.
Meanwhile...
Back already.
Yeah.
Well, you missed original song.
No.
But
it was for a worthy cause.
You didn't kill him, did you? Well, maybe if we do this next year, we'll do this. And remember, 200 likes. That's what's needed. If we get 200 likes, I will do this again next year. If not, we're going to do something else that's a little bit lower intensity. Because, Lord help us. This has been a lot of work. And a lot of filming.
Right.
I mean, we are all the way over in Disneyland, California. I think we're going to go to California Adventure next, though.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And, you know, that's something that'll be fun. I like California Adventure. It's good. We'll ride some of the rides and get in there. But first, let's join Dan O'Day as he introduces us to the best use of music in film.
All right.
Next up, I'm here to present best use of music in a film. Okay. First up, we have 12th Fail. Again. Barbie. Bono and Edge. A sort of homecoming with David Letterman. FPS, first-person shooter. Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 3. Excellent movie. Sean's Senior Year. Those are the nominees. And the winner is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. How can you go wrong with those movies, right? You can't. The soundtrack's always so good.
So, you were the one who originally created this award.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about what that's about.
Well, the whole idea of it is that music can dramatically improve a film, or the other way. It can make or break a film depending on how it's used. And just awarding a film for its original stuff is kind of silly, I think, especially when they do things like award the same composer 20 times for different variations on a theme. John Williams.
Yeah.
So the overall use of music, like you watch a Tarantino film or a Coen Brothers film or some Scorsese film, or if you watch a let's say one of your favorites, Across the Universe, you know, where you very creative use of existing material, or Oh Brother Art Thou, my favorite, you know. So that's the idea behind the category.
So what do you think of Guardians 3 winning this year?
Well, the Guardians films have excellent use of music. No doubt there. And actually, you were talking about an adventure a minute ago. You look at this, and we got some adventures here. You know, you got your intergalactic exploration with Guardians. Bono and the Edge went to Ireland. Barbie's in Barbie Land, or whatever the hell that was called. 12 Fails in India. You know, so we got an international spot there.
And I think this was the only time that Bono and the Edge is featured in this.
It was a good film. I enjoyed it. And that was a really good use of music.
Yes.
It definitely was. But Guardians, definitely solid use of music.
All three movies kind of had this, maybe not in the bag, but definitely had solid use of music.
Oh, definitely. Every time. The opening sequence to the second film where we got Groot dancing to Mr. Blue Sky while they're all fighting the monster behind him. That was a brilliant use of music. But
well, with that being said,
we
got to get going.
Yep.
The security guards are on their way.
Oh, well, we don't want them to
so
get in our way.
You go this way, I'll go this way. We'll scatter.
Whew. Yeah.
I'm glad somebody else moves the chairs around.
Yeah.
Well, we have a camera person that travels with us.
Oh.
You know, you can say hi if you want.
Hi.
Oh. They don't want to say hi. I don't know. But here we are at California Adventure.
So is our chairperson sort of like the same principle as the zombie janitor? Like no one knows how it works, it just works?
Well, I mean, they pick up the camera and the chairs. You know, I mean, they use their hands.
Yeah.
In this case, their teeth with the camera, but they do get the job done. I think that it is amazing, though, how they managed to get through the guards.
I know.
And these are pretty sturdy chairs, so I guess a couple of them got hit on the side of the head. So we better get hurried because this is nice. I did snag us a couple of baguettes, so we can have some of that as we're moving out.
Okay.
And we're going to go back to Universal.
Okay.
Going to get some Harry Potter land going.
Okay.
Or is that wrong? I can't tell these days. But Dan O'Day is back again.
Yes.
With the last one of these music awards, Best Score.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody. This is Dan O'Day from the Rebel Gaming Club, Rebel Rock Records and more, in the punk rock band, the River City Rebels. I've been a musician for the last 25 years. So I'm proud to present to you the music awards for this year's Verse Awards. First up, Best Score. We know this could make or break a movie. Let's look at some of the best ones of all time. Spinal Tap. Had to made it. It made it, right? Napoleon Dynamite. Another good example. So this year's nominees for Best Score in a Movie are Brian Taylor with the Super Mario Bros. Movie. I tried to watch it. I couldn't do it. Mark Ronson and Andrew Watt for Barbie. Another movie I tried to watch and couldn't do it. Next up, Robbie Robertson. The Killers of the Flower Moon. A movie I want to see. Shantunu Mortara from 12th Fail. Excuse me, I can barely read. Stephen McKeon from Evil Dead Rise. Thomas Newman from Elemental. And the winner is Brian Taylor with Super Mario Bros. The movie.
So, you know, Best Score, we actually did change it from Best Original Score to Best Score to kind of give overall movies a chance, because sometimes reworking an old score or rearranging things can be pretty cool.
Which, before the cut, you mentioned Harry Potter. That's a good example of what I talked about in use of music, where John Williams kept using the same stuff over and over again. He cannibalized his own Home Alone score to create the Harry Potter score, and then each film was slightly different.
Yes.
But they're still phenomenal scores.
Yes.
No doubt about it. And here, our winner of the Mario Brothers movie borrows liberally from existing Nintendo themes for the games and whatnot, but that's not a knock on the music, because the Mario score is iconic. It's awesome. Personally, I was really pulling for the late Robbie Robertson of the band. His last big project was Killers of the Flower Moon. It also would have been nice seeing that movie get some representation. And Thomas Newman's score for Elemental was phenomenal. Incorporated a lot of vocals, which was really cool. But Mario had a good score.
Well, and as we go, of course, at the end of every presenter's thing, we do give a shout out. So Dan O'Day was the, or known as, the leader of the River City Rebels.
Mm-hmm.
Also created the Rebel Gaming Club, and it's known by a different name now.
Mm-hmm.
And the link is down below, where he shows a lot of cool stuff, a lot of music pickups, still does some pickup stuff. A lot of cool stuff. He finds some amazing stuff in the thrifting. But the rivers...
Don't forget, he also created our theme that we used for the longest time.
Yes. And amazing individual. I really am happy to have him as a part of this. The River City Rebels have reformed some new members, but you do have him at the head of them. And you're probably going to see the green screen disappearing some of this. But this is the Pop Culture Baby EP that we have here, and it's only sold in record form, but you can get it online. I think through Bandcamp, Spotify. These, the typical music selections. I've listened to it, not on the record because I don't have a record player, but still pretty damn good. If you haven't checked it out, you should check it out.
Good deal.
So we do have something else in store. So we have decided we need to do something extra for these events. So we have sent some people out into the public to get some interviews, exclusive interviews for us. We've had a couple of acceptance speeches lined up, which was pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that one, you didn't catch it because you were out killing somebody, but we had a good acceptance speech for Best Original Song.
Oh.
So we got the guy who did that on there, and
nice.
So that was pretty cool. Of course, we didn't get Brian Tyler for that one, but we do have a friend so far who is going out. He thinks he might have a line on Greta Gerwig.
Oh,
yeah, one of our Best Picture nominees.
Nice.
Well, let's check in with him.
Okay.
Greetings, this is Mitch Connor. I know this is going to sound a little crazy, but I believe I am at the household of Greta Gerwig. A guy down the street told me that she in fact lives here and not in North Hollywood. If you guys know anything about Greta, you know how much she loves bunny statues. So this has to be the place. So I'm going to stick around until I have concrete evidence that she does in fact live here. Stay tuned.
Well, I'm excited. I think she does love bunny statues.
And if a guy down the street says so, it's got to be true.
Hey, you learn a lot from a guy down the street.
True.
Kind of looks like a Greta Gerwig type house. Well, you hang around there and let us know. We're going to check in every other one of these awards, and we're going to see how things are going to go.
All right.
Yeah, but we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Well, here we are at the great Harry Potter land.
All right.
We got to be careful. There's some unsavory peoples about.
Yeah.
As you see usually these days.
Not Death Eaters, I hope.
Oh, I hope not.
Okay, good.
But we do have another award and a new presenter.
Oh, okay.
A guy who looks remarkably like a reporter Mitch.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
But it's not Mitch. It's actually one of the renowned actors, Cody Tudor.
Okay.
Here to deliver Best Sound.
Well, hey there. Cody Tudor here to do the nominees in the award for Best Sound. And the nominees are Evil Dead Rise, Ferrari, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, Oppenheimer, Shingles the Movie, and Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. And the winner is Oppenheimer.
Well, Best Sound is very different from the other. I mean, really it would have been like, they kind of divided it into two factors for the Oscars, but we're not quite as adept as those because they are all experts in these sound mixing and all that stuff.
Hence our nominations for movies like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, and Evil Dead Rise.
Well, Winnie the Pooh did have some interesting sound quality. They did create an instrument specifically for this, where they actually had honeybees nest in a violin. And then they cleaned the honeybees out, but then they used the kind of malformed mutant violin to record a lot of extra stuff on the soundtrack. A lot of like instrumental, like stuff like that. The sounds that make the movie.
Yeah.
But that's not the winner this year.
No.
Oppenheimer won,
Mm-hmm.
and there are a lot of moving parts to Oppenheimer. You got them bomb.
Right. But anytime you have a Chris Nolan film, you can expect it to be a technically brilliant film. And this one was no exception. The sound was excellent. Yeah.
And well, Mitch isn't the only person we have out scouring the countryside for interviews.
Very good.
Now, Evan Jacobs, a friend of ours, great guy, and director, was using his directorial connections in Hollywood to land an interview with Knock at the Cabin Man himself, M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh.
So
very cool.
Let's cut to him and see how he's faring right now.
Okay, so for this whole Versus Awards thing, I was trying to get like an interview with M. Night Shyamalan. And so I contacted like the PR people and whatnot, because I used to do journalism for a website called MovieWeb. And interviews and DVD reviews. And I couldn't get anywhere with him. I couldn't, they had just gotten blown off. I wanted to talk about Trap and some of the other movies, just to kind of get his opinion. But yeah, it not happening. So, but I'm driving and there's a guy behind me and he looks like Shyamalan. Why would he be following me? I'll report back.
Well,
why indeed?
Stay safe. You don't know. Some of these directors can be really strange. I mean, Lord knows the weird traffic incidents that, I don't know, somebody like Tim Burton's probably got into. Turn your car into claymation.
Right. I mean, I saw that Shyamalan. I saw him in Old. He was a very unsavory character in that movie. So, yeah.
And be careful. Stay safe. Drive safe.
Yes, indeed.
We'll catch you in a little bit.
Yes.
We got to get out of here. I have a feeling that they were sniffing us out, and they don't like the colors of our shirts. So
Is that what all that noise was? Was that like their cats that they send on intruders?
Well, you got to keep the rat population down.
Oh, okay.
Boy, running.
Yeah, no.
Well, we're going to end this once we get to the Kodak Theater, and we're making it there.
Okay, good.
I mean, by the time we get to Actor, we will have finally gone through Hollywood and walked all the way. But we've had to walk through Orange County, where we're at now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, look at all the oranges in Orange County.
Yeah. Got lots of them. I'm ready. I'm good. I'm good.
But it's a long walk, especially, the cameraman is carrying the camera and the two chairs, but we still got to carry each other. And I've got this River City Rebels album I'm carrying.
Yeah.
I got to be careful with that.
Yeah, I know, man.
I don't even know how it survived the plane crash.
Pop culture, baby.
Indeed. Well, we've got some pretty cool awards coming up, and we have a new presenter, Douglas Godino, who is going to be providing us with some insight into costume design.
Hello, I'm Douglas Godino, and I'm going to be now doing the Versus Award, the category for Best Costume Design. The first we have is Ant-Man and the Wasp. The second one is Quantumania. Next is Barbie. Then Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. Evil Dead Rise. Poor Things. And Shingles the Movie. And the winner is Barbie.
Well,
as I said before, I got some insight too. I'm ready for Orange County.
Yeah. So Barbie.
Yeah.
You know, I think Barbie is always fun when it comes to costumes.
The look of the film was
Yes.
spot on. That was absolutely one of the things they went all in on, making it look right, and the costumes were a huge part of that. Yeah. I kind of wanted, this was the only nomination for Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. That was a fun movie, and it did have some solid costumes, but against Barbie, there wasn't much contest, I gotta admit.
And again, I feel like there were so many good costume design things. We had several superhero
Poor
films.
Things. I mean, geez, that was... Yeah, I'm a little strange that Ant-Man was the winner out of the main of all the superhero
Marvels
ones.
and all the other ones.
Right. Or even Guardians, which we've already mentioned a couple times. But yeah.
Actually, they did have a lot of costumes
They
in
did.
this one because they were all over the place.
They did. And especially when they got to the, what do they call it? The Council of Kings that Marvel's never going to use. There was lots of stuff there, though.
So that's pretty cool stuff right there.
Yeah.
Well, we got a long road to walk.
Ooh.
You know, I've had an idea.
Hmm?
Let's go to the beach, and we can walk up the beach. We can hit Santa Monica from the beach.
That sounds fun.
And then from there, we can easily walk over to, to the Chinese theater.
That works because I can beach with the best of them.
Yep, we'll be beach whales.
You do beach. Yeah.
True. We'll see you in a bit. All right, let's go. Long walk.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We're at the beach.
Yeah.
And that's great. I think that finding the ocean, it's sort of like how Lewis and Clark first found the ocean, the Pacific, and it must have been that awe-inspiring thing that we find.
Yeah.
And there's perfect places to set chairs all over the place. But we got a long walk. But I can see up in the distance, right over there, up in the distance, you see the Ferris wheel, right?
Yeah.
See, not that far away. You can see it. It's an easy trip. Probably no more than like 10 minutes tops, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Good times.
So let's talk best makeup and hairstyling. Douglas Godino is going to do this again and lead us out.
All right.
And let's check on him.
Hi, I'm Douglas Godino, and I want to start by saying I'm very thankful and honored to be doing the Versus Awards. And without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, this category is for Best Makeup and Hairstyling. The first movie is Barbie. The second film is Carousel Hell 3. Next, Evil Dead Rise. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. La Sociedad de la Nieve. I don't know if I pronounced that right. It's Society of the Snow. And the last one is Poor Things. And the winner goes to Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Okay.
Well, Guardians, again, takes the gold. We had some interesting contenders.
We did.
I was surprised to see Society of the Snow in there, but they did have some good makeup effects.
That was impressive makeup. Hard to see, hard to watch. And this is one category where I would not begrudge Evil Dead Rise getting a nomination.
They did have a lot of good core effects in that movie.
Then Poor Things had some wonderful makeup. That was Barbie too. Barbie as well. But Guardians, a solid choice.
Mm-hmm. And if you like a lot of these types of effects and monster stuff, you should check him out. Douglas Godino is a makeup effects artist. He does some stuff on the low key. You can check him out on Facebook, on YouTube. He has a channel. He hasn't updated it much. There's also some movies.
He does stuff on the low key?
Any case, he does have some pretty cool stuff. He did the makeup effects. When he was a teenager, he did the effects work for Shackled Demon Project. And he's been doing a lot of stuff like The Night the Dead Walked, which we will be talking about a little bit later. And a few other films. Really cool monster design. There's even a film that they are making that's coming up in the future. I think it's going to be pretty awesome.
Cool.
But it's been a while since we talked to our interviewers.
Yeah.
Hey, Mitch. Well, what's going on with that Greta Gerwig situation?
Alright guys, nothing yet, but I didn't want to bring you guys nothing, so I have an exclusive interview right now with one of Greta's buddies. Now I did ask her for an interview, she didn't respond, so I'm assuming it's okay. Hello there. Can you tell me, is this in fact Greta Gerwig's house? You really going to give me the silent treatment after I came all this way? Keep your secrets, Mr. Bunny. We'll be back.
Huh.
Well, that's a man that definitely has a good head on his shoulders.
Yeah. You could say that. That bunny was just not being cooperative, was it?
But does look like a bunny that Greta Gerwig would have. I think I saw her posing for it with it on the red carpet when the Oscars came.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
it's probably in the background,
I must have missed that. I guess.
But we will find more out about this as we go. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and check in with Shyamalan as well. I mean,
okay.
I'm kind of worried about Evan Jacobs. Have you shaken him off yet? I mean, like Taylor Swift, right? Shake him off?
Yeah. Still behind me. This doesn't... Okay, I'm going to switch lanes. I'm going to see if this makes a difference. So weird. He switched lanes. What is this guy doing? Why would M. Night Shyamalan, I can't get an interview with him. Why would he be following me? I feel like dumb even making this video.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
I mean, he switched lanes when he switched lanes. That's kind of almost proves it, doesn't it?
I mean, who knows how the mind of an artist works, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Huh.
Well, I guess...
Maybe Split was more autobiographical than we realized.
So, check out Douglas Godino. Very important.
Yeah.
Also very important, we need to get up and get going. Because we got a long...
Oh, we're at the beach.
Yeah, we got a long walk on the beach. We got to get to that thing before we can even start the real journey.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Who would have thought
that
beach walking would be so difficult in Crocs? I mean, look at these things here. Oh.
Well, yeah, they're not really built for that.
I know, sand all over the place, I tell you.
Yeah.
But here we are at Venice Beach, home of the Venetians. They have nice canals here.
Right.
But we do not have time to see those.
Oh.
Because we gotta move.
Yeah.
But before we do move, let's talk about best character design in animation.
Okay.
Aha! There you are.
Come out and take it, you dirty yellow-bellied rat, or I'll give it to you through the door.
I've been waiting a long time for you.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl, and this is my other brother Daryl.
Welcome to the Versus Award Theater. Well, it's a little bit like Masterpiece, but with its own flavor. So I am here to tell you about some choices and nominees in the Versus Awards. For Best Character Design in Animation. First of all, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like there are 6 nominees. And they are Elemental, Kimitachi Wadao Ikaru Ka, The Boy and the Heron. Nimona, Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and the Super Mario Brothers movie. And the winner is the Super Mario Brothers movie. Congratulations.
Oh, we're done? Who won?
No, well, yeah, I guess. You slipped right through it, huh?
Well, I mean,
It's a Mario Brothers movie.
Oh, well, I mean, it had good character
It did.
design. I mean, it wasn't original to the film, but still,
No.
they did good adaptations. They looked like the video game characters.
Yeah.
I could think of another adaptation that probably was a little farther off in the past.
Yeah, they did better animation design with this one than they did with the old Mario Brothers movie, that's for sure.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, all of these were solid. I personally loved the design for Nimona, and of course the Spider-Man ones were just wonderful. But yeah, well, Mario is solid film.
Oh, yeah. So let's go back to our interviews.
Okay.
And any word over there, Mitch? Anything?
Well, that was embarrassing. Either that bunny had all the info and didn't want to give it to us, or just didn't have any info. That's all I've got, guys. Nothing yet.
That is disappointing.
Oh my, that's well, we got a long ways to go. You stick it out. I'm sure that she's got to come back.
Right.
Maybe she's in the house watching the Versus Awards right now to see if Barbie's going to win any more awards.
Could be, could be.
So let's talk about Dave Strege. This was his last presentation. A very official one there. Of course, the way he had intended it is that he thought that this was first, so he kind of gave us a presentation that was going to lead it off. So kind of picture that as the lead off. But he's known for Inside Movies Galore, where they talk about movies. We're on that show too, as a matter of fact.
Indeed.
We do a lot of talk about movies. It's real fun.
Mm-hmm.
Also, he is on Delusions of Grandeur, which is very similar, but he also does some pickups and a couple of interviews where he used to do a ton. And you can still find a lot of those on there, some pretty cool people. And then finally, he is the director of Tales of the Forgotten Act 1, which is purchasable in the details below.
Ah.
You should buy those things. Buy their movie, buy my movie. He's in my movie, Amityville Webcam. He is in that, plays a pretty prominent role. So if you like Dave, you should support him by supporting those.
Indeed.
But we've got a little ways left. But hey, if you want to, you can splash on the water as we go.
Yay!
So let's get going.
Whew. Yeah.
Muscle Beach.
Lots of splashing around is fun.
Muscle Beach. Muscles. Yeah, we got... I mean, Arnold worked out here, believe it or not. That is an impressive sight. I'm sure back in the day, seeing Arnold, all the big beefcakes just like lifting that stuff on the beach.
Right.
All that sand.
Yeah.
Sand's heavy, you know.
And then, at one point we passed by that flock of Kens, There's so many of them nowadays.
Well, they got a beach.
Yeah, exactly. They got a beach.
Well, how about we talk about some more production design? Well, actually, some production design in animation.
Indeed.
Best production design in animation: Elemental, Nimona, Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken, Spider-Man, Across the Spider-Verse. I'm hoping it's that one. The Super Mario Brothers movie. Wish. The winner is Elemental. I had all my money on Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, but that's okay. Thank you for joining me.
There need to be more animation categories at the Oscars. That's why we're trying to represent for it.
Well, that was an interesting award. This was John Ward. He's a great guy, great actor, great director. We'll get more into him as we go. But the winner of production design was Elemental. And of course, production design, when you're talking live action, we're talking set design, we're talking the world itself. Is it crafted creatively? Does it help you get lost in it? And Elemental, one thing that really drives Elemental home that Zootopia had for it is that well-crafted city of all these different individuals living together. And I think they did a pretty good job.
Right. And they showed how there were different areas within the city, and they did a really good job. Production design, though, in animation also gets into the overall picture of how everything fits together, like how the animation fits in, how the music fits in, all that kind of stuff. It's sort of the big picture award, you might say.
Yeah.
And all of these had, or the choice of, whatever. All of these had pretty solid production, but Elemental was like a cut above, I would say.
I think so, because there's a lot that they had to design. And all of those sections, all the city sections, all the peoples, all the different elements, they had to fit together in a way that made it a coherent thing and made it believable that the city was coming to life. But why don't we ask Evan Jacobs, how's it going? Are we continuing with the car chase? Have you lost him yet? Shimmy a little bit, like to the left or to the right.
Right.
Do a little bit of that. And while you're at it, if you're close to town, could you give us a ride? All this walking is a little exhausting.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to try again. Let's switch lanes. And he's continuing to follow me. Weird. Just getting weirder. I feel like I'm in one of his movies or something. Okay, I'm gonna turn. He's turning. At least don't be this obvious. Come on, Knight. You're never this obvious in your movies. That's him.
Well, that's definitely something worrisome.
Yeah, there are those who claim that he is obvious in his movies, but it depends on
the movie.
Yeah.
Because each movie is different.
This is true.
And some of the twists are subtle. Some make no sense even at the end. And some are perfect. Sixth Sense, I don't think you can get better than that for the twists.
Right.
Though I haven't seen Knock at the Cabin.
Oh. Slacker.
Yeah. Well, speaking of slacking, we still got a ways to go before we reach Santa Monica. Oh, you got water, huh?
Yeah. I just found it just laying on the beach, you know?
Beach water, that's always worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I swear, it's not getting any closer, that Ferris wheel. It's going to haunt my dreams.
Yeah, this is a long 10 minutes.
Good Lord. Well, we're gonna be really hiking after this.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we're gonna pick up the pace. But first, production design isn't just about animation.
Nope.
We do it in live action too. So let's talk about production and design in live action.
Hi there, this is John Ward from Dark Park Films. I would like to thank the Versus Awards for letting me read the production design category. But first, what is production design? In film and television, the production designer is in charge of shaping the visual style of the story. Their work helps set the time period, establish the setting, and reflect the character's actions and emotions. Collaborating closely with the director, cinematographer, and producer, production designers play a crucial creative role in bringing motion pictures and TV shows to life. Best production design in live action: Asteroid City, Barbie, Evil Dead Rise. Ooh, I hope it's Evil Dead Rise. Killers of the Flower Moon, Oppenheimer, Poor Things. The winner is Barbie. I wanted Evil Dead Rise, but that's okay.
Well, that was great.
Yeah.
We have Barbie.
Yes.
It was a beautiful world. Matter of fact, we had some amazing contestants.
We did. These were all solid contenders. Even Evil Dead Rise was a solid contender, although not on the same plane as the others. But a Barbie is not a bad choice to lead the pack.
Was this the only time Killers of the Flower Moon was up?
No, it was up for score, and I think, yeah, a couple of things. It's up for a couple of things. But this is one of the very few for Asteroid City, strangely enough. But that is definitely one thing Wes Anderson is known for, is the production of his films.
Well, if you haven't known John Ward, you should. In the micro-budget film arena, he is a very accomplished actor, has been in many films, also the director of Xmas 1 and 2. Amazing short films. I would recommend it. I watch them every year now afterwards during the holiday season, and I've heard there are sequels on the way. So if you want to hear more about him, check him out at his YouTube channel at Dark Park Films. I believe that also is available on Facebook as well. And check out many of the movies, including Amityville Webcam.
All right.
But, you know, speaking of how people are doing, is Cody still with us? Sorry, Mitch. Is Mitch still with us? He does look like Cody.
It's uncanny.
He does, yeah.
It really is.
Are we live? Nothing yet, guys. I told you not to go live unless I had news.
Huh. Well, that's too bad.
Well, no news yet.
Huh.
But I'm sure he keeps us crickets company.
Oh.
This looked like a little Mickey Mouse thing in the background, too.
No, I said no nose is good nose.
Yeah. I could see Greta Gerwig hanging around with the mouse. You know, maybe that would be it. Maybe that's what's gonna happen.
What?
She's gonna be in there with her Mickey Mouse toys, and she's gonna be like floating along and just like really greeting things.
Oh.
All right, you know, we got a lot of ground to cover. This time we are going to jog until we reach the. We're gonna jog until we reach Santa Monica. So get up, come on, move. Let's get up. Jog.
Are we there yet?
Is it closer? It looks closer. Could have sworn it was.
I don't know. Man. It's still too far away.
Well, while we're catching our breath, why don't you check out the Best Visual Effects Awards?
Okay.
I would like to thank everybody for the opportunity to be able to announce the winners for this thing. I must say that you all look beautiful tonight. You're all different beautiful shapes and sizes, we're in your good time clothes, and some of you ain't even wearing no clothes. Oui. So, without further ado, vous-toi. Oui. I must announce the winners for Best Visual Effects. Oui. He opens the envelope. You have Fat Man and the Wasp. Fat Man and the Wasp. Did anybody actually see that movie? Oh, oui. You're saying that? Oui. Oh, the Creator. What the fuck is the Creator? Evil Dead Rise. I gotta rise. We were. Godzilla -1. Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And the winner is Guardians 3. Yeah! Maybe good enough. Maybe some of you like better than Godzilla. Now, I prefer Godzilla. Oui. But Guardians are good.
Well,
we should have someone edit that closer to us so that we don't have to go so far.
Yeah. Well, Kodak Theater's not too long.
Okay.
Brittany's already there.
Okay.
Well, not her. Her avatar's there. So Idona's there.
Okay.
So we could probably meet her over there.
Okay.
And we'll have some. It looks cool inside there. We'll probably get there. We got a little bit left.
Yeah.
A little bit left.
A little bit.
But let's talk Guardians. I think Guardians did very well with the visual effects.
You did.
And it did have some competition.
Oh, yes. Godzilla -1 and The Creator were both pretty good. And this was, I think, one of the few where we had two Marvel movies squaring off against each other. I do think the better man won in that contest. But
And I don't think Marvel's belonged on that list. And with those two.
Yeah, not as much. Not as much.
I mean, Ant-Man and the Wasp did not... I think that Marvel's was better than Ant-Man and the Wasp, but I
Yeah.
do feel like, as far as visually, I do think Ant-Man edged it out. But
Yeah.
Guardians was a very beautiful film.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, of course, you know, it delved heavily into Rocket's backstory, and you had those other poor creatures that were his fellow... Well, none of them really were guinea pigs, but you get the rough idea. The effects on all of those was pretty solid. Yeah.
So the presenter this time is William Jennings. He is a artist. Did the cover for Amityville Webcam, matter of fact. But also he does a lot of cool artwork. There are a lot of cool paintings. You can actually check him out on Facebook for that. There's also coloring books that he did. He did a number of cool coloring books, adult coloring books that you can enjoy. Some more for the family, some more for the adults. But those are on Amazon right now, easy to purchase. You just type his name in and coloring book by it, and it should bring you up several of them.
Okay.
You've got ones with... My favorite one is the one where you've got the pizza slices. Those are pretty cool. Really good guy.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and check in again with Evan Jacobs, because I'm more concerned about him than Cody. Cody's not Cody, sorry, darn it, Mitch. You look like Cody.
I don't know, that bunny was pretty shifty looking. I don't know.
Okay, well, let's just check in with him real quick anyway.
Does this look like the garage of a celebrity to you? I think so.
Well, you're just fooling around now.
Yeah. Now, I don't know, though, because don't forget, Gerwig is partnered with Noah Baumbach, who's an odd duck. And I could see him having a perfectly plain, ordinary... Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's true. But the one I'm more concerned about right now is Evan Jacobs.
We should
We'll get
check
back with you in a minute.
Yeah,
Mitch.
we should check with him.
All right, how's it going with that?
All right. Now I'm trying to get away from the guy. Wait, what? The cars have switched. Is he in a different... Or maybe he's not following me anymore. What is going on? What? Why would he be behind me? This makes no sense. Wait! He's in the back seat!
Whoa.
That was a twist. Congratulations, Mr. Shyamalan. Very good.
Yes.
I hope that you're okay. Well, he should be back with us later tonight.
Yeah.
If he's back with us, we'll know he's okay.
Well, it's they say it's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, that was him.
Ooh,
Well,
weird.
let's make one more push, okay?
Okay.
One more push. We're gonna make it this time. All right.
Yeah.
Jog. Oh, we made it.
Yes.
Santa Monica Pier.
Woo-hoo.
I think I'm gonna get me a corn dog after this.
Yes.
And maybe some ranch dressing with it. Even though I hate ranch dressing, I just feel like it. This seems like the place where you could pour ranch dressing right over the corn dog and nobody would care.
I think you're right. I think everyone... I don't know, at this point, I'll just throw ranch over my head just to cool down.
Well, I mean, in our last 10-mile jaunt, you did fill that bottle 3 times with seawater.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you get for doing that. I would threaten to put you back in the box, but then I have to carry you. All right.
Well, maybe we should have your stunt guy do it.
Well, speaking of, here's some other great stunt people that you should take a look at.
Hey there, it's Cody Tudor. I'm here to announce the award for Best Stunt Work. And the nominees are Blue Beetle, Evil Dead Rise, Ferrari, John Wick Chapter 4, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, and Shazam Fury of the Gods. And the winner is Evil Dead Rise! Great movie.
Well, Evil Dead Rise. That was a surprise.
That is a surprise.
There was a lot of over-the-top stuff.
That's true. I still say it should have gone to John Wick Chapter 4. Not just because Evil Dead Rise made me feel almost as ill as the seawater has.
Well, there's another like superhero movie on there too.
Yeah.
Two.
Shazam, Fury of the Gods.
And Blue Beetle.
And Blue Beetle, yes.
Which I'm surprised. I don't think we've seen those on.
No, we decided to switch Marvel for DC when it came to stunt work for whatever reason.
Well, they did have a lot of stunt work in Blue Beetle. I'm not going to lie.
Yes, true.
I don't know about Shazam, but I know about Blue Beetle.
Shazam had a lot of stunt work too. It did. I mean, of course, the other options, we had John Wick and Ferrari and Mission Impossible. You get some solid stunt work in all of them.
Well,
but you'll be happy at the winner.
So let's talk about Cody Tudor, who is a actor. His son has actually has published some stuff, and including an Amityville movie, Amityville Bloodbath, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And Cody has been in a lot of these films. He said Amityville Apocalypse was one he wanted to be known for, and there was another one on there. I mean, there's a lot. There's Amityville Turkey Day. Was he in the Amityville Estate Sale? I think he was in Amityville Estate Sale.
He's quite fun in Amityville Webcam.
So, and Camp Blood 9 is the upcoming one. I don't know why I thought about that, but yeah, he's also in Camp Blood 9. He's going to be in Jacker 3. We've gotten that announcement. The man is in a lot of stuff. He has a substantial thing, and I've made it my goal to try and collect the movies that he's in, but darned it, he's running my bank account dry with all the movies I have to do. More seawater. All right, well, you just a glutton for punishment on that. I can't tell you. So, speaking of Cody and his lookalikes, let's talk to Mitch. One more time, Mitch. You got one more time.
Alright guys, this is probably it for me. I feel like an idiot. I really thought this was the place. I'm just standing around trying to get an interview with these animals. Nobody wants to talk. And then I look up, and I just have these eyes just mocking me. You may have won this time. Greta, if this is your house, keep your secrets.
Well, I guess we won't know if that really is Greta Gerwig's house.
I guess not.
Somebody's watching him.
Yeah. It's one of life's persistent questions.
Well, we thank you, Mitch. You go ahead, get some shut-eye, get some rest. You and Cody should definitely hang out. You guys could make a pretty awesome duo.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry for mistaking you for Cody.
Right.
As you can see where I make the mistake.
Yeah, I can see.
Why don't we go on the boardwalk, get some waffles, get some real water, maybe have you throw up a couple times over the side first, then get some waffles and some water. We'll hit Route 66, And then we're going to try and start our walk finally to the Chinese theater, and then at last to the Kodak.
Woo!
Yeah. Bye-bye. All right, well.
Yeah.
We're getting towards the end of this show, maybe.
We are.
Halfway, maybe? I don't know.
Halfway?
Well, we are on Route 66.
Okay.
So, we are, we're here, and,
Have you thought about traveling by map?
well, we did travel by map, but that led us to Spirit Airlines.
Oh.
They're the only ones that officially travel by map these
Oh,
days.
good point. Good point.
And I don't feel like doing that again.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that.
Though we did get these nice seats from them.
And we can't do the serial killer walk unless we have a target. So
Yep.
yeah. Oh
Well,
well.
so we're just going to go this. Route 66 does hold some significance for me. My father, who passed in 2021, and the one who actually I dedicated the very first Versus Awards to. Because he passed away in 2021, and that was what chose our date for the first Versus Awards. He wasn't behind it because we weren't planning it, and I didn't know he was going to pass at that time. But I chose his birthday, which is today, the 30th of September, in order to do that. And I know that he would have loved this. So I did want to express my wishes. He never got to go on Route 66 when he was alive. So this is dedicated to you, man. Dedicated to you. But let's go to something a little bit lighter. Best Director. And we have actually a new person on here. Phil Herman to introduce it. A director in his own right. But none of his films up this year.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at Best Director.
Hello, I'm Phil Herman. I'm so honored to be a presenter at this year's Versus Awards. So let's get to it. The first award is for Best Director. A director, in the simplest terms, has the task of making a movie and tell the actors how to play their parts. A lot harder than it sounds. This year's Versus Awards nominee for Best Director: Christopher Nolan, Oppenheimer. Evan Jacobs and Sean Miller, Sean's senior year. Greta Gerwig, Barbie. M. Night Shyamalan, Knock at the Cabin. Steve Rudzinski, Shingles, the movie. Yorgos Lanthimos, Poor Things. And the winner is Yorgos Lanthimos, Poor Things. Congratulations, Yorgos Lanthimos.
Well, Yorgos Lanthimos.
Indeed.
Well,
good times. He has grown on me.
Dogtooth, best film ever.
When we saw Dogtooth, I was thinking this guy might be a growth of another form, but it's weird. It's Poor Things is freaking awesome. It's artsy as hell, weird as hell, but I loved it. It's like every one of his films is a step forward, or 5 or even 10 steps forward. You know, the Lobster was so much better than Dogtooth. The Favorite was so much better than The Lobster. And Poor Things was better than The Favorite. Now, what I hear is Kinds of Kindness is kind of, I don't know. I might love it or I might hate it. I might go, oh my God, he's backsliding. I don't know.
Well, me personally, I usually prefer the steak to the lobster because I'm allergic.
I see. Poor Thing.
Yes, but Poor Things is a good one. It is a. This isn't the first time we've had Poor Things on here. We actually kind of had the poster with the Alice in Wonderland like stuff on there.
It's always fun, you know. We got a fun mix here. Christopher Nolan is a master filmmaker. Greta Gerwig is a great body of work so far, and I just found out today she's doing the reboot of Chronicles of Narnia, so could be interesting.
Interesting.
And then our friend of our channel, Evan Jacobs, even got a nod, so that's kind of cool.
Was that for Sean Senior Year?
Yeah.
Oh, and Sean Miller,
Right.
who is the subject and half director of it.
Indeed.
So we got some very gifted individuals. Best wishes to all you directors out there. Now, I had one other potential investigation planned. I heard this guy was going to actually get to see Christopher Nolan, but he sent these like tapes. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put the first one in the VCR. I have to blow the dust off of it. And we'll take a look at it. Maybe we can watch it together. Unfortunately, because of the proximity of the beach, it might be a little bit rough visual quality because there's probably sand in it. But thank goodness they have TVs everywhere in Hollywood.
Well, yeah.
So we'll get to watch
but
that.
They have VCRs everywhere?
Yeah, well, I mean, I have a portable VCR with a portable TV, which we're going to be doing. I'm going to have our cameraman lug it while we're walking.
I'll bet you if we can find Tarantino's house, he probably has every player known to man.
So we're going to be going to Grauman's Chinese Theater. So that's going to be our next stop, which is very close to the Kodak Theater.
Okay.
Which is our last stop.
Okay.
As we start hitting the main stretch. So let's take a look at that and let's get going. All right, cameraman, you get up and you go. We're going too.
My name is Grayson Wayne. I'm the son of Batman. And I've been tasked with researching the last known whereabouts of the recently deceased Christopher Nolan, as I've quite recently heard that nobody realizes what's in his basement, and I'm about to embark on a research into the unknown. All I have to go on is this video that was sent to me and a number that was sent to me in the mail. So I will show you the video. My father has been quite cryptic in the past. I'm not even sure why I'm even doing this, but something tells me that I'm in for the ride of my life, and I'm about to meet a few of Gotham's worst individuals. Wish me luck.
You've got mail.
I do not know who will see this video, but I don't have much time. I, Bruce Wayne, am at the last minutes of my breathing. it's no thanks to the criminals of Gotham. But I have no choice. If you have found this video, I leave you away into Christopher Nolan's basement. I have no choice but to give up the only hope left to Gotham. So, I need you to meet with my contact. The number has been mailed to you. I don't know if my darling Selena is going to get this video or not, but please make sure you tell her what's happened to me. What's that? Shit.
Great. I have escaped Alchemist Island. I have cursed your household. So watch out. Joker. Oink. Ooh. Will find you.
Holy fuck, what was that? Getting a phone call on my tablet. So, let's see who it is.
Wait. It's about time that you pick up. The boss wants to see us. Wait. I need you to meet me out on the corner outside in maybe 15 minutes. Don't be late. It will only be open for a very limited time. The basement, you see.
Yeah, look who I found over on the street here.
Oh.
Yep, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson followed us all this way?
You know those cats, they follow their owners sometimes. Yeah.
I guess so. Anderson, you got your steps in. Good for you.
All right, you're going to have to go back. All right,
Yeah.
enjoy the walk. That was a nice cameo. And here we are at Ramen's Chinese Theater.
Are you sure this is a theater?
Ramen, it says ramen at the top.
It does say that.
That's the name of it, isn't it?
But I feel like I could order some ramen here. Which is
Yeah.
not a bad idea. Let's do that.
Yeah, it's like, for the Ramen's Chinese Theater. Home of the Stars. So I would have thought it would be
Japanese,
bigger.
right?
Oh. Well, then why did they call it the Ramen's Chinese Theater? Well, speaking of cameos that we had earlier on with Mr. Anderson, we actually are going to look at best cameos because cameo and bit players are a fun little Easter egg to almost every film that they are in.
Right.
And to guide us in, we have Chris Lax and his second one of these, leading us into best cameo / bit player. Let's take a look.
This next category really shows an actor's skills. When somebody can come into a film and be there for a half a second or a few moments and be very memorable at anything and be one of the most important parts of the film, you know that that actor has done their job and exceeded everyone's expectations. This next category is Best Cameo or Bit Player. The nominees are Bill Murray, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania; Charles Martinet, The Super Mario Brothers movie; Colin Firth, Rye Lane; George Clooney, The Flash; Kyle Rappaport from Cocaine Shark; and Michael Keaton from The Flash. And the winner is Michael Keaton, The Flash.
Well, I would like to say that it was not surprising Michael Keaton won that.
No.
We had some interesting ones.
We did, yes.
I mean, I really liked Bill Murray in Quantumania. He was definitely bit player instead of cameo in that one. He actually played a little bit of a role. He played a total dick, but that's appropriate for Bill Murray.
I could call that a proper bit player. Like some of these, and Charles Martinet is definitely a bit player role. Like
he played two roles too.
He's supporting, but he's not like a presence throughout the film. And then I can't speak to Cocaine Shark. But like Colin Firth and Rye Lane and George Clooney and The Flash, those are cameos. Like they are brief, to the point. Keaton's role is pushing the boundaries between bit player and supporting player, but he doesn't show up until well into The Flash. And at the end of the day, I think it's more of a bit player extended cameo.
He was the highlight of that. I thought of that movie.
Yeah.
Kyle definitely was cameo in that one.
Okay.
He kind of plays a criminal that gets kind of knocked off early on in the movie. So he's not there for very long. So definitely cameo more than bit player in that one. I would say
the red shirt characters often would qualify for this.
But let's go ahead and talk about Chris Lax.
Okay.
He is in Fright Fight Entertainment, and he is going to be the director of the upcoming slasher film Biohazard, which is coming out in 2025. So he's been really cool. Shooting a after scene we did the Fright Fights Freddy. When he was them at the end of Amityville Web Camera, talking about how terrible the movie was. That was my last thing I did for that movie. Was I tried to get everybody's like, okay, film something saying about how terrible the movie is, and just as a joke where the camera is actually looking up and seeing reviews for the film.
Good times.
But check him out. Fright Fights.
Okay.
So. We have another tape that was sent in by a mysterious individual.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
These are mysterious.
I mean, some weird kind of Gotham-y thing going on.
Yeah.
We gotta see what happens to this penguin character.
Yes, indeed.
But of course, as we stick this into the player and follow our cameraman, the more I think about it, I think it's supposed to be Ramen's Chinese Theater, not Ramen's Chinese Theater. I'm gonna have to MapQuest that. Let's find a Kinko's, get that printed out, and then we're gonna get the right one this time.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yep.
Beep, 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 racing away. Oop, 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 oop. I will get you, Mr. Wayne. Oh, no, is the gullible Mr. Wayne, Mr. Great Wayne, gonna follow me to Gotham Light? Come, we all down here.
After hearing the apparition of the Joker and hearing the screeching voice of Harley Quinn, I proceeded to go meet my quarry down at the vacant parking lot. I couldn't help but feel some upcoming dread of the situation. I stepped forward into the limelight to meet.
You're late, Grayson Wayne, but like your father, always late to a meeting, but always the first to show up when crime has been committed in Gotham.
I am never late, nor am I early. I always arrive precisely when I mean to, I told Wilbur, and he fluttered his feathers at me.
It's time to be quiet now, Grayson, and get down to business. We're not far from the basement in which your father has told me to tell you about.
So I proceeded to follow my contact to another spot in the park so that he could tell me exactly when we were going to go into the building and figure out exactly what was going on in the basement of Christopher Nolan's. At least as far as I
know. You're questioning me about what I truly know, whether this is Christopher Nolan's basement or not? Your father trusted me. You should too.
By now, I was beginning to seriously have my doubts. And I wasn't even sure if the old bird's information was correct, but I followed him to the building in which he insisted Christopher Nolan's basement was in, and I followed him inside.
Your father left specific instructions that I was supposed to take you down into the depths of Christopher Nolan's basement and then leave you to figure out what to do next.
As I followed the bird, and he exercised his beak, I could feel the air growing heavier and the atmosphere growing darker, and I could definitely feel some and hear some stirrings down in the nether regions of where we were descending. I could only expect that we were running into trouble, just like he was running into mouth.
Just remember, Grayson, I will bring you to the landing, but once we get there, the buck stops here. I can go no further. Whatever you find, don't let me know, and I don't want to be involved. Good luck.
And with that, the old bird left, and I was once again alone with my thoughts. What am I to do now?
Are you ready?
Yep. Ooh. Oh, wow.
Wow.
That is a lot of cool stuff, a lot of people in costume. That guy, that 50-foot ape costume was pretty cool.
Yeah. This definitely is, doesn't appear to be another ramen shop. I think we're good.
So, this time we're at the correct one, the Grauman's Chinese Theater. There's also all the lovely stars, and then there's the footprints, handprints, and all the people in costume.
Right.
They have some of the Cecil B. DeMille set works over here, which was pretty cool. I mean, a lot of cool stuff. We can see the Hollywood sign up there. It's just, in general, a really awesome thing.
See, there's that guy over there who's dressed like a bum.
Because he is a bum.
Oh.
He's across the street at the Jimmy Kimmel place. That's where all of them are.
Wait a minute. That might be Guillermo.
Well, this is fitting. Before we are getting ready to, we're almost at the Kodak Theater. I mean, it literally is around the corner from us. We won't even be out of breath this time because it's going to be pretty good.
Nice.
And we've got I Don't Know to let us in. So she said that she deactivated all the security cameras, and so we've got it for at least a good 2 hours before the guards come in to arrest us.
Oh, good.
So we got that good. So
we got that going.
And speaking of that character, voice acting is a very important piece of animation, as well as many other things like people in big costumes. That's still voice acting.
Yeah.
Sometimes the voice acting is there. The late James Earl Jones.
Yes.
Definitely his portrayal of Darth Vader would be considered voice acting.
Yes, indeed.
So there's a lot of great things that voice actors do, but Forrest is going to tell us a little more.
Here are the nominees for Best Voice Actress: Anya Taylor-Joy, Super Mario Bros. Movie; Chloe Grace Moritz, Nimona; Haley Steinfeld, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse; Jane Fonda, Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken; Lana Condor, Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken; and Leah Lewis, Elemental. And the winner is Haley Steinfeld for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Well, so what was it? Haley Steinfeld? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So is she Spider-Gwen?
Yeah, well, yeah. Ghost Spider, Spider-Gwen, whatever you want to call her. Gwen Stacy. Phenomenal performance. Like, honestly, for me, it was between her and Chloe Moritz for Nimona. Both of them just knocked it out of the park. But we had some really good contenders in this category. We had some really good ones.
2 for Ruby Kraken on there.
Yeah, but they were good performances. Yeah. Ruby Gilman may have been not on the same level as these other movies, but they were good, solid performances. This may be, I wonder, is this Jane Fonda's first voice acting role? Or
I don't know, but she knocked it out for that one, playing, I think, the grandmother.
And then we got Anya Taylor-Joy as Princess Peach in the Mario movie. We got Leah Lewis as our main character in Elemental. Good, solid performances all around. But I have no objection to Haley winning for.
I've still only seen pieces of the Spider-Verse movie.
You need to see it.
I will once the last one comes out, so I can just watch them both back to back and not have the cliffhanger.
The cliffhanger's not as bad as people said it was, but it's still. I'm antsy for the next piece. I know.
So so once the next piece comes out, I will. Sort of like when the third Dune movie comes out, I will watch that. I'm not watching the second one without
Denis Villeneuve has gone on record saying the first 2 are parts of a whole, and the third one is a sequel. Kind of like The Godfather. So you could theoretically watch Dune Part 2, and it won't matter.
But who has that level of time? That's a freaking long movie.
Yeah, I've been trying to find time for it for a couple of months now.
Well, we got one final tape.
Yep. Really?
Yep.
Ooh. Okay.
And well, I guess the mystery of what's in Christopher Nolan's basement. I didn't even know he was deceased.
I did not either. We got all kinds of weirdness going on with our. You don't suppose M. Night Shyamalan was stalking him too? I mean, he was stalking Evan Jacobs. I mean,
maybe he's in M. Night Shyamalan's basement.
That would be a twist, wouldn't it?
Well, let's take a look. And we're going to go around the corner and finally present his last 12.
Yeah. 9 stog. Dog the bounty hunter. Nay,
The one that's killed 5 billion people's named D-A-G. Well, I'm D-A-W-G, which makes it cooler. Any case, I'll be hunting a madman. That's right. He's a man who thinks. He's a son of Batman. But don't you worry. I'm going down into the depths of the basement. I'm gonna clear it. And by the way, he ain't dead yet. But if you want to see what's going to happen to Christopher Nolan in the attempt to assassinate him in the basement of Wayne Manor, you need to watch Delusions of Grandeur. I'm on my way to crack some heads.
All right, finally!
Yeah!
Well, we ain't moving from these seats. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
But
No.
I am really, really
Yeah.
tired.
Yeah.
You know what? I've got something else. Why don't you introduce our next person, our next award,
Okay.
while I go grab something.
I thought you weren't moving.
I forgot there's a requirement.
Okay. Well, so just before entering this lovely building, we discussed Best Voice Actress, and now Forrest is going to tell us about Voice Actor. Got some good contenders here. Let's see what he has to say on it.
Hey everyone, it's Forrest. Glad to be back for this year's Versus Awards to present this year's award for Best Voice Actor and Best Voice Actress, recognizing the people who bring to life characters that could not otherwise be portrayed in live action. And here are the nominees, starting with Best Voice Actor: Bradley Cooper, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3; Daveed Diggs, The Little Mermaid; Jack Black, The Super Mario Brothers Movie; Mamoudou Athie, Elemental; Shamik Moore, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse; Steve Rapisi, Carousel 3. And the winner is Bradley Cooper for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Alrighty, we got some fun there. Our best voice actors from a live action movie.
Tie only.
We got to wear a tie. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go.
Okay. Well, let's try and do that real
There we
quick.
go.
But we got
That's good enough.
What was it? We had I'm distracted by trying to do
Bradley
two things at
Cooper.
once. Yes, Bradley Cooper.
And,
For-
Rocket Raccoon.
Yes. Although, what was it Thor called him? A rabbit, I think it was.
A rabbit raccoon.
But yeah, so Bradley Cooper won our award for Best Voice Actor. We had some solid ones here too. Shamik Moore, Jack Black, Daveed Diggs, Mamoudou Athie. I can't speak to Steve. I can't words.
Yeah.
I can't speak to Steve Rapisi because I can't words. I can't speak.
He did an excellent job as Duke in the Carousel movies. He really was good.
I need to see
it.
those
It was a fun part. I really do think the first Carousel movie you'll have a little bit of difficulty with because of the gore factor.
Oh, lovely.
But I think you'll get into it, especially for the second and third, because it just goes off the rails.
Well, it can be fun.
So, let's talk about Forrest Bennet, who is an actor, does a lot of behind the sets work as well. He is in Amityville Turkey Day, which released not too long ago. You can get that at SRS. He is also a tour guide and got me footage of the real Amityville house for Amityville Webcam, which is also on sale on SRS, and you can buy it directly in the link below. Then he also is on the upcoming Troma movie, and I need you to read that because I can't read.
Well, Bring on the Damned?
Yes, there you go.
Yep.
Bring on the Damned,
Mhm.
which is the other movie that he is in. He actually played as Toxie, Toxic Avenger once, which was pretty cool. It was in a commercial, but it was still pretty cool to be able to play them.
Mhm.
So, but...
and he says something here about being in Screamwalkers as well.
So, yeah, so he's been in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So, now comes the time.
Yes.
Well, we are going to be talking about the 12,
Ooh.
the top 12. And we're going to, because everybody who looked to vote and so on got to see this alphabetically going, A to Z, we're going Z to A. So we're going to talk about the last, the 12th entry in this, which is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Okay.
Now, this is a lovely tale, and you can tell us about it because you've seen it all the way.
Right.
Now it's timely
I was just
title.
about to say, you just said you haven't. So this, of course, is the sequel to Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which was a kick-ass tale about our alternate reality Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Also introduced us to a wonderful version of Gwen Stacy who goes by the moniker Ghost Spider or Spider-Woman. The comics are called Spider-Gwen, what have you.
Spider-Gwen, Spider-Gwen.
Indeed. And the film featured the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk, basically threatening to break reality to bring back his wife and kid. This movie deals with the fallout of that and introduces us to a consortium of spider people headed up by Miguel O'Hara, often known as Spider-Man 2099. It's a very interesting movie, brings back up this similar art style of the first and what have you. It's really damn good. The cliffhanger ending is annoying, but nowhere near as bad as people said it was. And this is the first of two parts finishing off the story. So, it's good times though. It's worth
Oddly
watching.
enough, 2099 Spider-Man was my favorite Spider-Man. I don't know if I still have the comics. I used to have the complete run. I don't think I have it anymore. I think it was one of the things that I ended up purging, which is sad that I did back
And I believe he is voiced by Oscar Isaac in this series.
They kind of made him into a big bruiser type, I think, didn't they? Or
A little bit. He's definitely not your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Not exactly.
Of course, then again, I haven't read anything with Spider-Man 2099 since they got rid of the 2099 world.
Nah.
So I can't really say what they did with him afterwards, but he was a fun one. He was a fun character.
Good deal.
All right. So next, we're going to be talking about another actor.
Yes.
Where the rubber really meets the road.
Actors.
So we got a lot of great actors out there.
Yeah.
Actors in movies, actors in TV series. Well, not in this particular award show, but TV movies.
Well, some of these people are well known for their TV work.
That is true.
Yes. And we are looking first at our lead actors.
And to show us those awards, we actually have a lead actor himself, Joel D. Wynkoop, to present. Let's take a look.
Now, up next is our Best Actor. We have Chris Lohman from Care Killer. We have Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer. Isaac Golab from Amityville Death Toilet. Dave Bautista from Knock at the Cabin. Paul Giamatti, The Holdovers. Ryan Gosling from Barbie. And the winner is Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer. This is Joel Wynkoop, and thank you very, very much for watching. Thanks.
Oh my. So, Cillian Murphy. Well, he appeared in Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor for a while. I was actually kind of glad that he did not get the nomination for both.
He was nominated for Supporting Actor?
He was nominated for Supporting Actor.
I don't remember this.
Yes, there was, I think, Dave or somebody nominated him. Or was it? No, was it?
No, I think you're talking about Mr. Defoe there.
Okay, that was the one I'm thinking.
Nobody could watch Oppenheimer and think Murphy was the supporting actor. That's absurd. Like, the movie's carried by him. It's one of the first movies Murphy has carried as a lead. He's had a few.
Mm-hmm.
I think When the Wind Shakes the Barley was like him in the lead role. But this is like his first high-profile starring role. And he nailed it. He's really, really, really good in this movie. Again, we had a pretty solid... A couple of these I wonder about.
Well,
two that were debatable about where to put them. Ryan Gosling and Barbie and Dave Bautista, Knock at the Cabin. We had some debate over which category they should go in, but we gave them that lead boost. Personally, I thought Paul Giamatti was just phenomenal in the holdovers, but I could see him losing to Murphy. I'm not upset about that.
Oh, no. And Isaac Gloob, I can't see the name, but he was really good in the Amityville Death Toilet series. In Death Toilet as general series. It is sad that he has passed.
It is.
And it's kind of a nice send-off that he gets a nomination here.
This is true.
Chris Lallman, is that it? I can't, yeah.
You probably know better than I do.
He, of course, starred in Care Killer, and he did a really good job with it. His portrayal of an individual, like in a group home or someone, that was really good, how he did that. I would still say Care Killer is a pretty good one to watch, a chilling film by Evan Jacobs. If you haven't checked it out, you should check out the Anadina Films on demand.
Mm-hmm.
So, now we're back to our Best Picture nominees.
Oh, yeah.
Shingles, the movie.
Speaking of your low-budget films. Yeah.
A Steve Rudzinski film.
Uh-huh.
He actually came out with 2 this year.
Mm-hmm.
He came with Shingles, the movie, and Carousel 3, which has had a couple of nominations, but nowhere near the amount that Shingles got.
Oh, man.
Shingles got a lot of love. Even won Best Original Song this year.
Yeah, we had several categories that got the Shingles this year.
It has it does have almost an Are You Afraid of the Dark feel to it. Maybe a little bit of Goosebumps feel. Definitely a little bit more over the top with the violence.
Oh, yeah.
Than that. It's based off of...
It's definitely not for kids, per se.
It is based off of some short stories, which you can, by the way, listen to on Audible. Most of them for free.
Mm-hmm.
Not all, but most of them for free. Look up Shingles.
Mm-hmm.
Some very good stuff. I really enjoyed it. It may not have been my favorite film of the year, but certainly was a great film.
It was surprisingly entertaining. I was not expecting... Some of it was a little much, but...
the gnome that crap cocaine has got to be one of my favorite stories in that one.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
But we've got a little bit more to go.
Mm-hmm.
A Best Supporting Actor.
Yep.
So this is where all the support comes to the movie. These people can be larger than life, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not as large as the main actor, but they definitely help carry it over.
Well, this one, we've got a good cross-section here. When we talked about actors, the one that we referenced that there was some debate about was Willem Dafoe in Poor Things, because he is right on the border between a supporting player and really a main character. We considered him support, but he's right on the border. Jermaine Fowler and Melvin Gregg from The Blackening, that was an ensemble cast. There was no clear lead. And what were there, like 6, 7 main characters? So that usually they get considered supporting in that sort of situation. But yeah.
Let's see who won.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Joel Wynkoop. I'm here in my office, and I've been asked by Septum Sin to be one of the judges for the Versus Awards. So let's get going right now. First up, Best Supporting Actor. We have Jermaine Fowler for The Blackening, Mark Ruffalo for Poor Things, Melvin Gregg, The Blackening, Nicolas Cage, Renfield, William Dafoe, Poor Things, Robert Downey Jr. for Oppenheimer, and the winners are Nicolas Cage, Renfield.
Well, Nicolas Cage for Renfield, a movie I have not seen yet.
You are slacking. You should have at least watched the winners.
I don't know. I oddly enough, I have no desire. I don't know what it is. I have no desire to see Renfield.
Interesting.
Whatsoever.
We had an interesting thing. A lot of times in Hollywood, movies come in pairs. And last year, out of nowhere, we got 2 movies based on Bram Stoker's Dracula. This one and The Last Voyage of the Demeter. And they're very different films.
Yeah.
But
I haven't seen the other one, but I know it's different than
I've seen them both. They're both good. Nicolas Cage has gone on record saying that he became an actor hoping to play 3 roles: Superman, Sherlock Holmes, and Dracula.
Where's one?
He
came close to Superman.
He has done voice work as Superman,
Yeah.
and he got a cameo in last year's The Flash as the version that was supposed to happen in the early 90s. And he has not yet played Sherlock Holmes. But he got his wish to play Dracula. He even took a supporting role, which is rare for him. And yes, he is over the top, but he's Nicolas Cage. You expect that.
Indeed.
And he's great. He's great in the role. Now, some of these were all great performances. I think didn't Downey Jr. I believe won the Oscar.
Yeah,
he won the Oscar.
And that was who I was pulling for this year was him.
And Willem Dafoe was really incredible in Poor Things. Mark Ruffalo was great in Poor Things. You know, the Fowler and Gregg from The Blackening, they were pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
We had some good contenders, but I liked seeing Cage win. It was fun.
So, Joel D. Wynkoop, an amazing actor, director, writer, and comic book author, which you can get a lot of those stuff. Checking him out on Facebook is where he does a lot of his advertising. There was a recent event that kind of rocked us all recently with him, and we're just glad he's okay. As far as that, sending my best out to him and his family. I definitely want to see more from him to come. This man is a staple going way back into, I think, the 80s. As far as micro-budget filmmaking, he is probably one of the most experienced ones, still working in the field and still doing great work to this day. He is in Tales. He's got a cameo in Tales of the Forgotten Act 1, as a matter of fact, and he is going to be in Tales of the Forgotten Act 2 officially. So that's some pretty cool stuff right there. So that's another film that I can say that I'm actually in with him, even though we didn't act together. At least I can say I'll be in the same film that he is in.
Very
so that's
cool.
kind of cool.
Very cool. And speaking of sharing screen time, or at least being in a film, apologies to those of you at home who may be wondering what all that weird noise is going on. Apparently, a wild feral cat got into some catnip here in the building and is just tearing up the theater. So if you're hearing weird noises, don't worry.
That's all right. The way I look at it, I let the cat in because we want to, we want to try and distract. Anderson Pooper decided he was going to help us before we left. But back to Best Picture.
Oh, okay.
So Sean's senior year, which was my pull for Best Documentary this year, we'll find out if that wins in a bit, is one of my favorite films of the year. It is a longitudinal study of an individual on the spectrum and his plan to graduate high school and eventually start working on his own and being more independent. And this can be a challenge for many individuals, but the challenge was complicated, as I'm sure that when they started filming it, they would not realize that graduating in spring of 2020 would prove to be far more challenging and cause adaptation for individuals that typically adaptation is very hard. I consider it an inspiring film. I consider it amazingly well done and probably one of the better documentaries. Matter of fact, I can also say that those that are straight documentaries that Evan Jacobs has been behind, Orange County Hardcore Scenester also being out there, he is very good at it when he puts his mind to it. I'm not as into the ones where he's just basically recording sessions where like bands are recording. But, for those who really like music and stuff like that, that's also pretty cool. So check it out if you haven't. It can be bought multiple places. SRS has it. You can ask him directly. You can also watch it on demand at Anhedonia Films Unlimited. And you saw Sean's senior year.
I did.
I know you didn't like it as much as I did, but did you feel it was good?
It was fairly good. I mean, yes, I was not blown away by it. I know you are very, 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 very ultra sensitive to hype. So I'm sure you can understand when something is as hyped as you have hyped that one up, it will be like, really? But it definitely is fascinating to see, especially because the subject of the documentary was involved behind the scenes as well. So it's partially autobiographical, and that's always kind of interesting to see. And yeah, I agree that Evan Jacobs, when he's more focused, he can be pretty solid. But I have seen a couple where I felt he was less focused.
I mean, I love Evan Jacobs. I consider him an amazing individual.
Oh yeah,
he's a great guy.
He's a great guy.
But no, I mean, I've reviewed every single one of his films, and no, they're not all glowing reviews. There are some I've got in there. Like right now, I'm taking to where movies that I don't want to lose, but I know I'm not going to watch. I've got up, and there's a number of his that are going in that pile, just as others. But there's a number of his that are also staying in that ready to grab area, and Sean Senior is definitely one.
Well, and I'm sure one of the ones in that ready to grab, if I recall correctly, I believe Mr. Jacobs was our first on-screen recipient of the Versus Awards, wasn't he?
He was.
The first one that actually showed up for...
and he went to get an interview with M. Night Shyamalan this year. So
that went a little sideways if you haven't seen that part yet.
So, yeah. Let's move on.
Indeed.
To Best Actress.
Yes.
So, presenting Best Actress is Filip, who we'll talk a little bit more about once we're finished with those acting categories. But let's find out who our Best Actress is.
Now, the second category is Best Actress. The Best Actress award celebrates the leading lady whose performance captures our hearts, who drives the story and brings the whole film to life. She is the one who makes us believe in the character, who makes us feel every emotion and leaves a lasting impression long after the credits roll. So, the nominees for the Best Actress are Emma Stone in Poor Things, Greta Lee in Past Lives, Julia Roberts in Leave the World Behind, Lily Sullivan in Evil Dead Rise, Margot Robbie in Barbie, and Melissa Barrera in Scream 6. And the winner is Emma Stone in Poor Things.
Well, actually, that wasn't a surprise.
No.
It really wasn't.
Emma Stone knocked that out of the park.
Did she win the Oscar?
She did win the Oscar, yes. It was her second Oscar. And she deserved it 100%. Some of these were really great performances. Margot Robbie was perfect as Barbie. Greta Lee was wonderful. Melissa Barrera was really solid. And I'm not happy with what's happened to her, like with the fallout of she made some comments and got fired from Screen 7, and people are standing by her, but she still lost the job.
Yeah.
I can't speak to Leave the World Behind, and you know my feelings on Evil Dead Rise, but I do love seeing Emma Stone. And I won't knock the acting in Evil Dead Rise. I won't.
There was good acting in it. And some of those parts were definitely very believable. Now, it's actually kind of interesting how we're talking about Emma Stone in Poor Things.
Yeah.
Because that's our next Best Picture.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, so Yorgos Lanthimos' Poor Things, a case study of a Frankenstein-ish creature.
Mm-hmm.
Our Frankenstein stand-in, Godwin Baxter, played by Willem Dafoe, finds a pregnant woman washed up on the beach. She had clearly tried to drown herself. And then, as you do, he took the child's brain and put it in the mother's body and brought it back to life. And actually, the scene where he explains pretty much that it's naturally what I would do, Defoe's... He nailed that performance. But yeah, you have great Rami Youssef, also a good supporting role in there, Mark Ruffalo. But really, at the end of the day, it is Emma Stone's movie.
Yes.
It's really incredible visuals to the film. We've seen it nominated in a bunch of categories. It was just... I was amazed how much I enjoyed it. I was not expecting to enjoy it that much. I thought I would be intrigued, and it is intriguing.
And it is a very potentially high winner as far as Best Picture.
Yeah.
That one I think is actually all of them so far. Maybe not Shingles, but the the rest, definitely. Maybe not even Sean's senior year, because a lot of times, micro-budget films, most people look at those and go, they're not good films, they're not real films. And which is sad, because a lot of it is...
As we said, Sean's senior year was good as documentaries go, and documentaries have trouble competing in a Best Picture race. And I will say, Shingles was genuinely enjoyable.
Yes, indeed. But we're going to take a look at, of course, some more acting.
Yes. Best Supporting Actress.
Hello, I am Filip Hanzek. First of all, I'd like to thank Versus Awards for reaching out to me to do 2 actress categories. Now, the first category is Best Supporting Actress. A supporting actress is that lady who just really gets in there and helps bring up the film's acting and main actors so that the film can be a spectacular event. And the nominees for the Best Supporting Actress are Alyssa Sutherland in Evil Dead Rise, David Joy Randolph in The Holdovers, Lily Gladstone in Killers of the Flower Moon, Paul Clementif in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Rachel McAdams in Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, and Vicky Pepperdine in Poor Things. And the winner is Paul Clementif in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Aye.
Supporting actress.
Indeed.
Well, supporting actor, supporting actress, very important roles. Too big to be a bit character, but too small to truly be an actor.
Sometimes there is some debate, unfortunately, and we'll get into, I guess, in our follow-up here.
Well, Philippe will be telling us who won this year. Well, Palm Clementif from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Who did she play?
Mantis.
Mantis. Well, she was a fun character. It was surprising that this one won.
I'm a little surprised myself. Personally, I held with the Oscar winner, Divine Joy Randolph from The Holdovers. She was excellent.
Never saw The
player.
Holdovers.
Slacker. But here is where some controversy comes in, because Clementif is a good example. Guardians is an ensemble cast. They are all, and that would also be true of...
But one could say they're all supporting actors at that point.
But we debated Melissa Barrera getting lead for Scream 6, but at the end of the day, she and Jenna Ortega are kind of the leads. But Lily Gladstone was up for an Oscar for actress for Killers of the Flower Moon. But Robert De Niro was up for supporting actor. And I'm sorry, I watched the movie, and their roles are roughly equal. So either they're both lead or they're both support.
Yeah.
And we decided both support, or I decided, because he didn't watch that one either.
Nope.
But Gladstone is phenomenal in the film.
In fact, there's a lot of them I didn't watch.
Rachel McAdams is phenomenal in Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. People thought she was an Oscar snubby. I do not agree that Alyssa Sutherland is on the same level as any of the others in this category, but
her role as a Deadite, she did a really good job.
She did a good job, but again, we're talking a whole different level of acting. You got Randolph Gladstone and McAdams, to my mind.
I'm sorry, Mantis won, so I can't really say.
was great. She was great. And I would put her well above Sutherland. Vicky Pepperdine from Poor Things falls kind of in the middle between them, but she was good too. Everyone in Poor Things was good. They were all. But yes, it was nice to see Guardians get some love for acting since it won't at the Oscars, you know.
So let's talk about Filip. It's
Yep.
Filip
Hanzek.
Thank you.
Hanzek.
So he's from Croatia.
Mhm.
He was well known for a film where he played a character called Boris. He's
Mhm.
also the star of Tales of the Forgotten, so
Mhm.
that's a pretty cool thing. He's also an Amityville webcam, so he's gaining a pretty decent thing. He's on Delusions of Grandeur. You should check out his IMDb page, and of course his YouTube is going to be in the description below. So I thank you for definitely participating. I feel that star
Indeed.
continues to rise on this, and you're going to hear more of him in the scene as time goes on. So I am glad to have him for this, and thank him very much for helping us get through.
Indeed.
So our next one down is Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. Well,
Yes.
So another one that I think has a fairly good chance of winning. It is the artsy of the artsy, but it's Christopher Nolan. What do you want?
Well, I guess a better way to say it is Christopher Nolan. So it's the mainstream of the artsy.
Yeah.
Like, Nolan knows how to make a film that appeals to the masses, even when it's about a physicist with no real social skills who invented the atomic bomb, basically. I mean, it's not, and it's 3 hours long.
Yes.
It's not a movie you would say screams entertainment, and yet that and Barbie together became this pop culture phenomenon somehow. It's just great.
I love Barbenheimer. That should have been up for just one thing. Barbenheimer.
I still need to do that. I've seen both movies, but I need to sit down and watch them
It's
together.
getting the time because they're both fairly long. Barbie's not a short movie.
Barbie's
and
what,
Oppenheimer is freaking long.
Barbie's like 2 hours and 15, something
And
like
I think
that.
Oppenheimer's over 3.
It's right at the 3 hour mark.
I mean, good lord.
I think Killers of the Flower Moon's about 5 or 10 minutes longer.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Well, at least I can say I've seen Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
And it is very good. It has amazing acting in it, amazing direction, and amazing cinematography. There's no wonder that it is up for so many awards this year. And it does have a pretty big one. We even had somebody who was trying to rummage to the basement of Christopher Nolan just so we could get an interview.
Yes, he claims he was the late Christopher Nolan, but that was news to me.
Yeah, I don't think he died yet.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe he'll show up on Facebook as he's dead.
Because everything on Facebook is true.
Exactly.
We know this.
Exactly.
Yes. Would Mark Zuckerberg lie?
No, never.
He seems so trustworthy.
He does.
Yeah. That cold, dead-eyed stare.
So, let's talk our next category.
Alrighty, we're looking at low-budget features,
Yes,
huh?
so low-budget features, those are the films that really are the ones that, well, make or break. In my opinion, this is where creativity really does hit the road. But let's not just hear from me. Let's hear from a friend of ours, Kyle Rappaport.
Hey guys, it's me, Kyle Rappaport here, Movie Buff One. I'm here to present the award for Best Low Budget Feature. And low budget features are movies that show the real talent behind the artists, where big budget movies have near infinite resources at their command. Low budget movies tend to have very little to work with at times, no budget at all. This category makes home to some of the most creative movies to hit the screen in a year. And the nominees for Best Low Budget Feature are Amityville Apocalypse, Carousel 3, Death Toilet 5, Invasion of the Potty Snatchers, Mansplained, Sean's Senior Year, and Shingles the Movie. And the winner for Best Low Budget Feature is... Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. Amityville Apocalypse! Yay! Let's give it up for Amityville Apocalypse, everybody! Yay! Woohoo!
Okay.
Amityville Apocalypse wins. And, I feel fine with that, not just because I'm in Amityville Apocalypse and directed 2 shorts in the film, and Jake's in it, too.
Well, technically, I think, weren't we in a couple of...
we are in 2 of those.
Yeah,
actually,
we're in a couple of these.
Because we're also in Mansplained.
Yes.
So that's also there. And I think Kyle's also in Mansplained.
Yeah, I think so.
But this one had a tough field this year. I know that Jake's usually the one that goes down the list, but this is actually where I guess my specialty is.
Yeah.
So Carousel 3, one of the big movers and shakers of the year, right up there with Shingles. Steve Rudzinski is one that knocks it right out of the park when it comes to low budget features.
Carousel movies. I've seen all the others.
Sean's Senior Year we've talked about. Yeah. Mansplained is probably one of the weakest of the ones on there, but it did make the cut to be on here.
It's Evan Jacobs' film, and as mentioned, we have a brief cameo in it. Yeah.
And Death Toilet 5 Invasion of the Potty Snatchers is hilarious.
The Death Toilet movies got off to a rough start, but number 4 and 5 have been great.
They've kind of one of those that gets better as it goes. It's like slowly getting better.
Once they found their footing, basically.
Because 4 and 5 have been almost like 60s Batman. And I love it. I love it.
With Potty Mouth is the...
Oh, love Potty Mouth and Stink Eye. As we go.
And we mentioned Shingles, the movie.
But Amityville Apocalypse is the film that won, and it is basically a bunch of shorts about Amityville. It was originally going to be called Amityville Nail in the Coffin. That idea that this is the last of them.
I have to mention there were probably 3 shorts that barely count. They're pretty much a title screen.
Yes, they are. They're very short.
But some of them are actually pretty good.
Yes.
And it was a mixed bag, as anthologies often are. But it was very worth watch. Now, this is a broken category that will hopefully be changed next year.
Yeah.
Because low budget is such a nebulous term. And our limit of 1 million is micro budget by most standards, and it's unfortunately very, 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 very hard to get budget info on most low budget films. So our nominees tend to only be ones that we know for a fact
are in that budget range,
which is very limiting and sad and unfortunate. But if we change it to micro budget next year, don't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm thinking about dividing it into an indie, which is independent of the main studios, which these would still qualify for.
Indeed.
And also micro budget, which I would say down below 100,000, which these also would qualify for.
I don't know that you need to limit it even further than you already have. I mean, like I said,
but to me, I consider these even more creative than our big budget films. And I say this because these people actually have to think on their feet. They don't have an unlimited budget and rich people to back them. They don't have rooms filled with overly talented writers to come up with these ideas. They have to think around corners in ways that these other people don't have to. They can just say, CG that in. Or, here, get our big makeup effects guy to do this for us.
So you're talking tentpole films.
Yes.
You're talking the other extreme.
But even when you're talking about multi-million-dollar films, they still have way more resources at their command.
This is true.
And you really and the less money you get, the more creative you have to be with that budget.
Indeed.
But let's talk about Kyle. So
Mhm.
he is an actor. He does direct a few short films.
Mhm.
A film that he has been in with Shackle Demon Project is on SRS, so you can get that. He is in many films. He was up for Cocaine Shark, and he's going to be in many more films. Check out his IMDb. Check out some of his films.
What was the one last year? Was it Sharkula?
He played one of his best roles in Sharkula.
Yes.
He was
actually good.
He was the Renfield, and he was amazing as Renfield. But we also have a little something special for a low budget feature, as me and Kyle talk about Amityville Apocalypse. Well, here we are, accepting the award for Amityville Apocalypse. We got Septum Sen here, that's me. We got Kyle Rappaport, which is him. Movie Buff 1, you can see on his shirt there.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing my Septum Sen versus the World shirt. I just got home from work. Looking very different than I am over in Hollywood with Jake presenting the awards, because we had to record this a little bit earlier today.
Yeah.
It's too bad you couldn't make it down to Hollywood with us, but there wasn't enough room in the cat carrier for you and Jake. I'm sorry. So Amityville Apocalypse is just a series of shorts about Amityville. It used to be called Nail in the Coffin.
Yeah.
So can you tell us about your short? What was your short in the film?
My short in the film, well, I didn't direct it. My friend Mark Shindemi directed it. I was in it with my buddy Doug Godino, and he did the special effects on it. And I play a character named Michael Carpenter. It was actually we got the idea with his last name. The last name is Carpenter from John Carpenter. We got John Carpenter we got the idea from John Carpenter to make the character's last name like from John Carpenter. And I go to this house, like this. The back, like to this place, and I'm going as a college student, and I find this spirit box, and I open it up, and it brings supernatural things to it, to the place that I'm staying at, and it's just really a really fun short. It's one of my only supernatural shorts. Usually we're doing gory stuff. We're filming gory movies, so it was a fun short to do, and I'm really happy that we won this award for this Versus Award. I'm really thankful. Thank you to the Versus Award. Thank you with your shorts that you did in this.
Yeah. So and I had to. This is a cool project
because I was in them too.
Because Retrosploitation did this thing where they just said, "Hey, everybody, submit your stuff."
Yeah,
we submitted. It took forever. It took forever to get it together, but
I know
they did get it together. It was kind of cool to see it. I did 2 shorts in it myself. I was surprised both of them got in. They were just that hard up, I guess.
Yeah.
But I did Amityville Estate Sale, which had me, Jake, Dave, Mo, and Cody. And we, I'm sitting here playing a therapist, I guess art and life dictating, online. And I'm here interviewing all of them. It's so old that was when I was actually trying for a beard. That just shows you how old that is.
Yeah.
I've actually lost about 20 pounds since then too. So it's, I looked terrible in it, but it's okay.
Oh, you look fabulous. You look fabulous.
But
fabulous, my darling.
This one, of course, was a great one because it had it just had everybody with these possessed items from this estate sale, and Dave killed it. Dave killed it when he was talking about the seal. And he was just doing he was doing that thing.
Yeah.
And then of course they all come for me at the end when they knock at my door.
Yeah.
Then the other one was Amityville Axe, which I have the Amityville Axe, but he doesn't have the googly eyes on him anymore. I use them because I'm using them to break up boards right now. But that one has Kyle in it, actually.
As me, yours truly, and Rappaport Movie Buff 1.
Yeah, I never thought about that. When we were asking about yours, you could have also included that short too.
Well, yeah, I'm in like that one. I'm in Anvil Spirit Box, and the Anvil Axe was a fun short to do too. So
That didn't take very long.
That was a short one. What was
We were
that
actually we were actually just getting off of a filming for Amityville webcam,
Yeah,
which by
that's
the way is for sale.
Yeah.
You can either get it on SRS or Kanaki, which we have a link down below for that.
Yeah.
And of course his other film is on there too. But we're going to be talking about that later on. This one we just decided, let's just make a short film, have fun with it. And it's about this axe, the axe that was used to commit the murders in Amityville, which he didn't use an axe. He used, I think, a gun, but whatever. And the axe is like...
It was common. It was like a comical...
Yeah.
one.
It was
like,
just...
It was ridiculously... a ridiculous, kind of short, kind of like a comical, funny one. It has no blood in it, but it has more like comedy and dirty talk in it,
Yeah, we were sitting there just getting ready to have a party online.
All going to party, and then some. You say what you say,
and then the axe kills me, and then of course we end up like falling out.
Yeah.
And the axe gets in the car because y'all make fun of him, and then he goes in and hunts each one of you down to kill you.
Yeah, really fun. It was a really fun short. I'm glad to do it. Glad I did that one, and this Anvil Spirit Box, and your short Anvil State Sale was a good one too. But what else was that was good. And but thank you for this award. This was a great. I'm happy that this won an award, and there's a lot of other good shorts in that one, that movie too.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, we had the Amityville Lighter, and there was that Amityville Witch Project.
Yeah. Oh, and Amityville Axe appears in your movie, Amityville
webcam. Yeah.
Webcam. Yeah.
It has a cameo in it.
It has a cameo in it. Well, thank you for the Versus Award. Did you want to say anything else, or?
Yep. Just support me and Kyle. Go on that Konaki page or go on SRS. You can get Shackle Demon Project, which is one of Kyle's earlier films.
In my movie, The Shackle Demon Project.
And then, of course, Amityville Webcam, also on SRS, but also Konaki. Link down below.
Link down below.
So, support us. Help us make more of these interesting low-budget features.
Yeah.
We got some fun stuff come up in the future.
Definitely.
And we'll see you on the next. Now, back to me, future me in Hollywood. Good on that. That was actually a fun interview.
Okay.
So our next
Leo.
one is an animated film that I kind of watched, but I fell asleep. So I can only say kind of, but it's an Adam Sandler film and it's animated, and I guess it was okay. This one goes in that less chance to win pile that we have over here.
Leo goes into the category of films that got the cut because of the quirks in our nomination process. The only thing it's up for is Best Picture. Neither of us had seen it, but I've seen it now. And I'll say, Leo, it's got a good message to it. It's got a good heart. It's got some decent voice acting, and it's very entertaining. But it's not on the same level as our other nominees. I'm sorry.
And Adam Sandler has proved himself a capable voice actor when he wants to be.
Indeed.
His portrayal of Dracula in Hotel Transylvania, he did an amazing job with that.
I'm not sure I would say amazing, but he's good.
Well, I mean, amazing as in it didn't sound like Adam Sandler's Dracula.
And Leo doesn't sound that much like Adam Sandler. He does a little, but he's not play acting, I guess is the best way to say it, the way he does with some of his work.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Indeed.
Well, we're starting to get to the nitty-gritty.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a look at some of the shorts. So best documentary short subject is one that's almost always separated out from the pack, mainly because, well, it's separated by documentary, which kind of blocks them between.
It tends to be paired with documentary feature, whereas the other two shorts are... Yeah.
So let's take a look as Evan Jacobs talks to us about documentary feature.
Alrighty.
The next category I am doing is Best Documentary Short Subject. We have The ABCs of Book Banning, The Barber of Little Rock, The Dads, Deciding Vote, Echo, The Last Repair Shop, Echo, and The Last Repair Shop. And the winner is the ABCs of Book Banning. Septum, if you could just let people know, they can get all the Anadenia films every month for $2. Just subscribe, and it's, it's like Netflix or Criterion. Not as good, but you can watch them all. Or if you want to get them a la carte, you can sign up for Anadenia Films. Oh, not even sign up, just go to Anadenia Films on demand. It's $1.99 to own the film that you want. Or if you just want to rent it, it's 99 cents. That will get you 3 days of a rental. Thank you so much for having me be a part of the Versus Award. Thank you so much for having me be a part of the Versus Awards. Or is it the Verse Awards? I think it's Versus.
Well, short subject. Yes. Documentary feature, short subject.
Well, just documentary short subject.
So, the ABCs of Book Banning won. I wasn't surprised. It was a fairly decent short.
That was a good one.
I want to say I've seen most of those, if not all.
I don't think I ended up seeing Echo after all. I had trouble finding it.
And then I found it for you.
And I can't... Did you show it to me?
No, but I did send you a link to it.
I'm trying to remember if
it was on that the New Yorker one.
Yeah.
And I liked Echo because it was about we're talking about one that didn't win. We need to talk about ABCs of Book Burning.
Book Banning.
Book Banning, sorry.
Although it could be the same depending on who you ask.
We're in a book banning drive.
It was interesting because what they did was they actually asked kids what they thought of controversial books, which was an interesting approach. It was
those are the ones that they're being protected.
Yeah. And they started and I think stopped the film with a woman whose husband fought in, was it World War I?
Yeah.
And she was like talking about he didn't fight and die for a country where we were going to deprive kids of the right to read. Basically it was a pretty good address, for this woman who's roughly 100.
Well, technically it wasn't depriving them of the right to read. It's depriving them of the right to read books by people of certain races and sexualities.
Well, it was the depriving them of the right to read books by anyone that's been challenged by anyone.
Yeah.
And there's any number of stupid-ass reasons that these books get challenged. And I believe the movie took place in Florida, which is known to be one of the worst of the bunch.
There's one I remember that was a children's book about like hair and this little girl of color about her hair and all that. And they banned it because they felt like that the white kids would feel left out.
Yeah, something like that.
That's a great way. So does that mean that all of the stories featuring white kids should be them because, those that are not white would be feel left out? It's kind of... That's the thing is, yes, there are some books that I would not, like 50 Shades of Grey. Definitely not something I'm going to put in the elementary schools. But, I do think that...
But it's a huge hit with the over 60 crowd.
Oddly it is. But I do think that it is worth checking out. any band list, get a hold of it so that you can check it
Yeah.
out. Learn for yourself so that you can see why these things were banned. And usually they were banned for a reason that means you need to read them, less than it
And
doesn't.
incidentally, the movie that I think won the Oscar, The Last Repair Shop, also is very much about
Yes.
public school education.
Yes.
Kids having access to music and music courses. And then we had The Barber of Little Rock and Deciding Vote. There's some good solid
And
ones.
Echo, as we were talking about before, which
And the
was
Dads.
about teaching. Yeah, Dads
Yeah.
was a great one
Yeah.
for people talking about their kids coming out.
Right.
And Echo was a great one when you talk
Mhm.
about a new method of people being, people who are blind and
Right.
being able to get out and go.
And in this world of craven, tucking your tail, and hiding behind the standard bearer for your party and having no compunction and no spine, Deciding Vote was about someone who sacrificed his career to make a vote that he thought mattered. So it's worth looking at.
So
Yeah.
let's talk about the movie that, if we're going to go with how people have been voting, will probably win Best Picture, which is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. This one's been very popular this year.
It's a
and,
very popular film, and it's a very good
It's a
film.
very good film.
It's one of the Marvel's best films. It is.
Matter of fact, I think Marvel did themselves. I mean, Disney did themselves a disfavor by alienating James Gunn.
Yeah.
And who knows if he'll be able to save the flagging DCU. His first film in this universe is coming out sometime soon. I think next year.
Yeah, he's
Superman. Which that one. So we're gonna finally get to see what his is, because the DCU finally ended with Aquaman 2 in December of last year. So I guess we'll find out next year what the
Well, we'll get to see his long-term collaborator Nathan Fillion as the Green Lantern. That could be kind of fun.
Yeah.
But Disney fired him and then begged for him to come back, but he was already filming the Suicide Squad.
and that was also a really good one.
Oh, yeah.
As far as the DCU movies,
Yeah.
that's probably one of the better ones.
Oh, it's easily one of the better ones. Gunn, and actually it's funny because when I saw Guardians and then I heard about Suicide Squad, I was like, James Gunn should have been the one they hired to do that. Like they're very similar groups of characters in a lot of ways. Like the basic premise is different, but the types of characters, the Guardians are people who are misfits and outcasts. They're not your standard heroes. And these movies came out of nowhere to be something that is one of the highlights of the MCU. So,
And it was an interesting take on the human evolutionary.
Yeah.
And you get to see
the
Raccoon's
very tragic past.
So,
Yes.
some good stuff there.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're going to have to move on.
And we're moving on to documentary feature.
Yep.
Yeah.
So let's see, and we're also welcoming Steve Rudzinski. Already,
Steve Rudzinski.
So the man behind Shingles, the movie,
Indeed.
and Carousel 3, his take on Best Documentary Feature.
Information is very important these days, and a good documentary can make the difference between an informed and misinformed people. They strive to not just provide learning, but seek to guide us in a direction of the filmmaker's choosing. Here are those films that are best at both informing and directing us. The nominees for Best Documentary Feature are 20 Days in Mariupol, A Disturbance in the Force, FPS, First Person Shooter, La Memoria Infinia, The Eternal Memory, Sean's Senior Year, You Can Call Me Bill. And the winner for Best Documentary Feature is 20 Days in Mariupol.
So, I never saw 20 Days in Mariupol. I can't read that because it's so far away.
20 Days in Mariupol, which is it's basically on the ground footage from a journalist in Ukraine documenting the first 20 days of the Russian invasion. It is not an easy watch, but it is a really good film and theoretically an important film. That was the first ever, when the director took the stage at the Oscars, he thanked the Academy for giving Ukraine its first ever Oscar, and then said, this is a movie that I wish never got made.
Yeah.
And it really is not, it makes you wonder.
We've had a lot of these types, because there was one last year, I believe, that was shot from the hospitals of Syria.
That was, and I think that was a couple years ago, but that was what, a letter for Osama, I think it was?
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's been so long. Actually,
but I know it's
we featured on a verse. It was up for a Versus War.
Yeah, that was a rough one too. Now, of course,
some interesting
the Eternal Memory is also rough because it's about Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
It's documenting a couple going through. If you ever saw Michael Haneke's Amour, it's basically the plot from that film, but real life. And just like Amour, it's heartbreaking and beautiful and just a great movie. We've already talked about Sean's senior year. I sadly have not yet seen You Can Call Me Bill or First Person Shooter.
First Person Shooter was great.
Yeah.
I didn't see the last one.
What is it, 4 hours?
These. Actually, I was surprised that the people who did these usually win, but it's not. And they're actually getting ready to start the In Search of Darkness trilogy for the 90s, which will be fun. I do want to
see this movie. I've heard good things. It's just so long.
I mean, it goes all the way back to the beginning, and they're just so in depth.
And I had to choose between You Can Call Me Bill and A Disturbance in the Force. I went with A Disturbance in the Force, which is fun.
That was fun. Yes.
It's about the making of the infamous Star Wars holiday special.
But usually in these types of things, Sirius tends to trumpet.
Yes.
Though I think that really, if it had been another In Search of Darkness, it probably would. That probably would have won.
Yeah.
But we got another one to talk about.
Yeah.
And that is
Godzilla.
Godzilla minus 1.0 or Godzilla minus 1.
Yes.
So that's actually one that is it's kind of a World War. I mean, it's really a World War II afterward film.
Well, yeah, it's very much. It's interesting. I did something last winter that I've never done before. I went to the theaters to watch 2 Japanese language films that were both set in the post-war period in Japan. I saw Godzilla minus 1 and The Boy and the Heron as a double feature, and it was a great double feature. But Godzilla minus 1 is easily one of the best Godzilla films ever made. Partly because it's not a monster movie first, it's a human drama first. But a well-made one that happens to have an impressive monster. And it's much better than this year's Godzilla movie.
And it does harken back to the original Godzilla, because the original Godzilla did touch more on the war, more on that, because it was made in the literal post-war period.
Yes.
So it made sense. And so, I mean, Godzilla was a post-war poster child.
Indeed. And it doesn't hurt that it does have great effects, and that it is a good monster movie in addition to being a great, post-war period. That's the other thing. This is the first one that's a full-on period piece.
Yes.
Because most of them have been contemporary set movies.
Yes.
But this one's a full-on period. So it's pretty cool.
As we get to the last push, we are moving from here straight to the end.
Woo!
One take. We're going to get this.
Yes.
Land in this bad boy.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about best adapted screenplay. Well, we're not going to.
Phil Herman's going to talk
Herman's going to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out.
Our next category is Best Adapted Screenplay. The best way to explain an adapted screenplay, screenplays are based on other works, while an original screenplay are based on the writer's own ideas. This year's Versus Awards nominees for Adapted Screenplay: Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach, Barbie. Phil Lord, Christopher Miller, and Dave Callahan, Spider-Man: Across the Spider-Verse. Steve Rudzinski, Shingles, the movie. Takashi Yamazaki, Godzilla -1. Tony McNamara, Poor Things. Tracy Oliver and Dwayne Perkins, The Blackening. And the winner is Steve Rudzinski, Shingles the movie. Congratulations to all our winners.
So, Steve Rudzinski won for Shingles the movie. He was not the one who actually wrote Shingles the movie. Before we talk a little bit about that, let's watch the writer deliver the speech.
Oh, hello there. I didn't see you come in. My name's Steve Wetherill, and I would like to thank the Versus Awards for nominating Shingles the movie as the best screenplay adaptation. Now, some of you may know that Shingles the movie is not just Shingles the movie, but also Shingles the book series. You may be familiar with some titles such as The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Space Werewolves from Planet Sex, or Put Your Hand in My Ass. Now, knowing this, I feel that this award is not just a victory for myself, though it is, or the stalwart crew of the Shingles the movie production. I think it's rather a victory for literature. So you should be proud of yourselves for voting for me, as I am proud of you for voting for me. And in the words of the immortal bard, thanks.
So the original writer of this also wrote the Shingles short stories. Again, you can read these, listen to these on Audible. You can read them elsewhere, and you can listen to most of those for free.
Okay.
But Shingle the movie was a pretty impressive film. I was surprised it was, and that's the reason why it was adapted, by the way, is that he adapted those works. Those were previous works.
I mean, it must have been to beat out Barbie, Across the Spider-Verse, Poor Things, Godzilla -1.
Maybe it's foreshading. I don't know.
I might have picked it over The Blackening, but yeah, I mean.
Oh, I love The Blackening.
Oh, I mean, I loved it too. I'm just. These are all good, well-written films. They really were.
We have some Shingles lovers out there.
Phrasing, but yeah definitely. But anyway, speaking of poor writing or good writing,
well,
anyway.
let's talk a little bit about Phil Herman.
Okay.
So Phil Herman is a director, actor. A lot of times you see him in the company of Joel D. Wynkoop. He was involved in quite a few projects. Actually, he was in Amityville Webcam, which is great because he's not in Tales of the Forgotten. Okay. So, in any case, I say that when I'm very heavily involved with Tales of the Forgotten. Matter of fact, I helped a lot in editing the first film, and
yeah, but you directed Amityville Webcam. So
I did, so I'm glad to see that he's in there.
Uh-huh.
And he's got a new film coming out that I also am in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a long part, but I'm in, which is The Unearthed. There's also Jacker 3, which is being produced right now. Jacker movies are fun. I really like the first one. And he's done just a number of great films. And in general, amazing guy there. He and Will Colazzo have a podcast they do together. You check him out on Facebook. Great guy overall.
Okay.
Now we can get into original screenplay.
Right.
It's too bad we didn't have the winner of this one be able to speak, whoever that may be.
You did not name him though, real quick. So Steve Weatherall, I guess, won the.
Yes.
Okay.
So our next up for Best Picture is Knock at the Cabin, the newest M. Night Shyamalan film.
Mm-hmm.
So was this one as what's the word, surprising an ending as the other ones, the twist ending?
Not really. It has a twist ending, but you can see it a mile away. That said, it is an interesting movie. I enjoyed it. I thought Dave Bautista did a great job, and it was interesting seeing Rupert Grint again because I haven't seen him in a minute, and it was very interesting. Jonathan Groff is in there. I do not hate on Shyamalan the way some people do, and I feel like Knock at the Cabin is a pretty solid film, but not Best Picture level, no.
It might win. It might win.
You never know.
It's in that category of probably not, but
you never know.
Know.
We haven't seen the votes at all.
Of course, then again, you never know. I didn't expect for Shingles the movie to win Best Adapted Screenplay.
Yeah, never know.
So,
speaking of screenplays, we're working on original screenplays now.
And speaking of Steve Rudzinski, here he is.
Yes.
An original screenplay takes on a new idea and paints it on the screen for us all to see. Those that are the best in their craft can make a story that uplifts us and may even be the inspiration of artists to come. These are the nominees for Best Original Screenplay. Celine Song, Past Lives. David Hemmingson, The Holdovers. Evan Jacobs, Care Killer. Herbert James Winterstern and Anne Elizabeth James, Supercell. John Hoberg, Catlickel, and Brenda Shui, Elemental. Wes Anderson, Asteroid City. And the winner is Wes Anderson for Asteroid City. For some reason, Wes isn't here to accept his award, but we're sure he's just really busy making his next work of art.
Well, Wes Anderson definitely was one that is deserving of a screenplay writer.
If there is anyone out there who could be called original, I think Wes Anderson fits the bill.
Now, I will say that it's probably one of the weaker of the films I've seen by him.
Yeah.
But it was still a pretty good film overall.
Which is kind of like, honestly, Elemental is about middle of the road as Pixar films go, but it's still pretty solid. Personally, I thought The Holdovers and Past Lives were the two strongest by far in this category, especially The Holdovers, but it's good times. I still haven't seen Supercell, so I can't talk about that one.
It's not right there with the rest. I haven't even
Weren't
seen
you
the
the one that
Holdovers.
nominated it?
Yeah, but I never saw The Holdovers.
Slacker.
Any case, let's talk a little bit about Steve Rudzinski. Of course, Silver Spotlight. Definitely you should check out his films. He has some amazing films. They are really good quality for the micro-budget films that
Apparently
he creates.
the newest is called Curtains for Christmas.
Yes, Curtains for Christmas is fun. The last one that he did was Amityville Christmas Vacation, the last one, not the last one he did, but the last Christmas film he did. And
Didn't you show me that one?
Yes, I like that one. I think it's fun. It's kind of weirdly wholesome. There's just something about those films that are fun. I would recommend most of the catalog. Matter of fact, the only one in the catalog I wouldn't recommend would be Red Christmas. Other than that, they're all fun. They're all fun rides. Even Curtains for Christmas, which is not my favorite, but is definitely still quality. I would definitely recommend. Yeah, you should check it out. He definitely sells those. He comes to cons in his area. Very much worth seeing. Check him out on Facebook. Has some amazing cosplays on there. Has a pretty cool super suit from like the Man of Steel era. So yeah, very well worth checking out.
Good times.
All right. Did we talk about Elemental yet?
Not as such.
Well, I guess we'll be talking about Elemental.
Okay.
So, we had Zootopia, where we had a lot of animals in a city together. Now we have Elemental, where we have a bunch of elements in a city together. And this time, much more of a love story. Actually, it's kind of funny. Whereas in Zootopia, it was more of a detective story that has some elements of kind of sexual tension between the two, so to speak.
It definitely is an odd couple pairing that has that potential.
But this one is more of a romance that has detective elements to it.
Still an odd couple pairing.
But still an odd couple pairing. So in a way, there's a lot of similarities to them, but they do differentiate well enough to still make the grade. It's still an intricate level of detail for these cities.
Yeah. And visually, Elemental is a stunning film.
It is.
Visually, the world building and the animation go together. It should have gotten a lot more attention than it did just for the visuals.
And it has been building.
And wonderful music, too.
It has been building. It didn't do well in theaters, but then again, it came out on the edge of COVID, and it had other things going against it.
Well, I wouldn't blame COVID so much as Disney just dropping the ball on...
And they hadn't advertised as well for it.
No, they didn't.
It's also during a time where they were still debating whether to push more towards the streaming and not.
There's some controversy about them overworking their animators, which is pissing off a lot of the Pixar people. So yeah.
But with that being said, definitely a good contender.
Oh yeah.
For Best Picture.
Oh yeah. It's one of the most thoroughly entertaining films of the year, if nothing else. I loved it.
So let's move on to
an animated category. We're looking at animated short films.
So this one had some fun categories in it, and let's talk with Evan Jacobs, who will tell us who's going to win.
Indeed.
Next, we're going to do Best Film for an Animated Short Subject. Blueberry Spell, Once Upon a Studio, Piece of Cake, Resilience, Riot Doll, and Soft Rain. And the winner is Once Upon a Studio.
I mean, Once Upon a Studio was definitely very much primed to win. It was the Disney piece that a lot of us were expecting when it came to the 100th anniversary.
Yeah.
It had a lot of voice actors that came out of retirement for it, had a lot of cool stuff. If you're a Disney fan over the years, you would do yourself worse than to sit down for just a couple of minutes
animated
to watch this.
representatives from all but two of the films that Disney has done with animation.
There's reasons for that. At least
for one of them. I don't know about the other one.
The other one is hard to say. I have it, but I haven't seen it. So they're not ashamed enough not to release it on DVD.
Right. They are ashamed of Song of the South. I can't remember what the other one's even called, honestly.
Blueberry Spell was a good example of one that I know you wanted it to win.
I really wanted it
but
to win.
No one was able to see it.
Because no one listened to me when I told them how to see it.
But,
so Blueberry Spell was one I backed on Kickstarter. And there was exactly one way for most people to see it during the time of our thing. And I was apparently the only one who bothered to do it. It's a really cute little film. I enjoy it. I like it a lot. I hope that one day it will become available more widely.
Now, this is also one of the things that I wouldn't have voted for it even if I liked it because of the same reason.
Yeah.
Is because it's very much resembling. This would have been a good Oscar nominated. Did it get a nomination for the Oscar?
What?
Blueberry Spell?
No, hell no.
This would have been a good one because a lot of those films are made so only those people in the Academy get to see them. or only people who are in the know get to see them in that little
That's
rig.
not the intent of any of these
It may not be
films,
the intent, but unfortunately it is the result.
because
if you're not in the
short
know,
film-
you're not going to see it.
Well, because short films have a long and difficult road to get seen. Now, Once Upon a Studio being the exception, because
Yes.
that had the full backing of Disney.
Well, I mean...
but like most of these that you saw, like Riot Doll and Resilience, I had trouble streaming them for several months until suddenly I could watch them. And I don't know
They were still
why.
more available
I
to
don't know.
watch.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not just talking about us who are in the Academy.
Right.
We're talking about the people who would vote for it.
Yeah.
Because those people don't even know the film is up until it's there. Then they can't see it.
And then, we try to have a strict rule. We accidentally broke the rule on Soft Rain because I didn't catch it. And Soft Rain was from the previous year. So, but it's a really cute film. It's really good.
It was very well done.
One of the issues with short films, again, is the release is so weird. With something like Once Upon a Studio, where either it played in front of a film in the theater, or it was released directly to the home market as a rider on a DVD or Blu-ray, or if it streams on Netflix, then you can easily look up the debut date. Most short films, no. You're lucky if you can figure out the first time it played in a festival. If you want to know when with Blueberry Spell, it was streaming online through a festival's website. So it did definitely fit our definition because it wasn't one single screening. It was an online, it was just ultra restricted who could access it.
Unfortunately, when you're open to the
that's-
public for voting, there's
Yeah.
no way that enough people would have seen that one to get it in.
Right. Sad.
But that's the reason why, I don't know, maybe these need to be in a more open category as in the year it became wide release.
Well, see, again, with short films, that would still mean half of them can't be nominated because they were never wide releases. So
But they have to be easily able to be seen. That's if they're ever going to win.
And I like that we spotlight short films, like...
I mean, I like the spotlighting of it. I'm just saying that when you want to open up the voting to have a lot more people, it's going to be a lot harder for that lot more people to see all of the films.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if they're just hearing from it by the time they get nominated.
Right.
So, it's a mixed bag.
Yeah.
But it's the thing that's always irked me with Oscars, because a lot of times those films, by the time I know that they're nominated, they've already basically shut down every viewing for that film until Oscars are done.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there. One of my favorites is Logo-Rama. I don't know why, but I love that film.
Mm-hmm. It was pretty fun.
And it was hard to see, but we did figure out how to do it.
Right.
It's just, it's one of those that you have to work really hard to see a lot of them.
Mhm.
And it's no wonder a lot of the more popular ones win, because, again, those are the ones that are much easier to see.
Mhm.
So therefore, it's more likely that more people are going to vote are
Mhm.
going to have seen those films.
Mm-hmm.
So, hard to say. It may not be the best, but it's definitely the one that most people saw.
Right.
And speaking of ones that a lot of people saw, let's talk about The Blackening.
Yeah.
So, The Blackening is a film.
Which was based on a short film.
That was based on a short film, so an adapted screenplay.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually quite fun. It was a horror movie, and I like this, that they can't all die first, was one of the taglines. And that was just great. I considered it one of the more fun films of the year. It's one that is infinitely, I don't know about infinitely, but I have rewatched it quite a few times, and I still gain enjoyment from it. I did predict the ending surprisingly well, but there's a lot of good stuff there. It is a film that can be watched by pretty much most people, and if you're in the know about certain things, it can be extremely hilarious.
It was pretty fun.
So, there may be a debate as to whether this one belongs as Best Picture, but it definitely fit several people's liking, including my own.
Well, and also for in the sense that you in particular have a strong tendency to be as anti-Oscar as you can be.
Yes.
The Blackening is both a horror film and a comedy. And both of those are very usually overlooked at the Oscars, especially in the Best Picture race.
And Oscar's So White.
And Oscar's So White, yes. That is not nearly as big of an issue the last couple of years as it was. But, yeah, The Blackening is in very many ways the anti-Oscars film.
True enough.
So it's interesting.
But will it win?
Yeah.
We're kind of a mixed voting block at the Versus Awards. We have a lot of people who love low budget micro features. We have a lot of people who like the artsy high budget films. And we have a lot of people who love the big budget blockbusters. You can see that reflected in some of the votes. We've got votes for Oppenheimer. We've had votes galore for freaking Guardians of the Galaxy Part 3. If that's not a popcorn film.
And yet we've also had goats velour.
Goats velour indeed.
No, there's a band name there. Goats velour. That's Zach Brannigan's band name, isn't it? But it's we've had votes galore for Shingles the movie, you know, on the other end of the spectrum.
That's the micro budget vote. So, you know, we'd have a variety of voters there. And I'm hoping that if we continue to grow, if we continue to do this, and again, if this gets over 200 likes, I will continue. If not, I do not. That the level of freaking work we've done on this stuff, the editing, the fact that I basically stopped every project I've worked on to get this and drag Jake here to film way past our normal filming time to do this. It's just it is a lot of work. You know, I'm glad we got to sit down. We had to fly to LA. We had a long adventure all the way over, and we're almost to the end.
I had to kill a dude.
So let's talk about speaking of killing. Let's talk about live action short subject.
Which The Blackening was a great segue into this one because it was based on such a film.
And for his final appearance here, Evan Jacobs.
Hello, my name is Evan Jacobs, owner and operator of Anhedonia Films. And thank you so much to the Versus Awards for asking me to once again be a part of this. I'm doing 3 categories. And the first one is going to be the best film in a live action short subject. Those films are, the nominees are The After, Bus Stop, The Night the Dead Walked, Rider Leak or Rider Leake, Night of Fortune, Rider Leake, Night of Fortune, or Rider Leak, Night of Fortune, Tunnel, The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar, and the winner is The Night the Dead Walked. Okay?
You know, The Night the Dead Walked is an interesting thing. We talk about people who like micro-budget cinema. The Night the Dead Walked is a fun one, and we do have an acceptance speech by the people that made this film.
Oh, very cool.
So let's listen.
Hello, people of the Versus Awards. Just want to say thank you. There we go. Got Movie Buff 1 here. He's giving me the award. I don't know if you can see him in frame, but hey. I just want to thank you all for picking my short film for this, for this award show. You know, it truly means a lot to me for my team. But I couldn't do it without Doug. I couldn't do it without Kyle. Doug's like the master at effects. Kyle's like always one of my producers, trying to put the word out there and trying to get more people to view our work and stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Pretty much. And I'm gonna say this to any filmmaker out there right now, any artist, just do it. Film. You could do it. Pick up a camera, tell a story. Any artist who you have that power and the magic. And plus, I made this film with the intentions of paying tribute to George Romero and the filmmakers who worked hard on that movie. And, that's why I did it. I just want, hopefully someone will see this film and maybe it'll inspire them to pick up a camera, because these independent filmmakers have to keep one thing in mind, and any independent artist, anything's possible. Follow your dreams. That's all. And thank you so much for this award. All right. Thank you, Versus Awards, and I'm going to leave it you now. All with my friend Kyle here. He's going to cut camera. Take it easy, guys. Have a great night. Thank you so much for the votes. Have a great one.
Peace out.
All right. Well, I'm glad to see it. The Night the Dead Walked. Mark Chindemi directed this. He has on his YouTube channel, he does have multiple films. This is, I think, his third one on there.
Mm-hmm.
He also directed Amityville Spirit Box, which was on one of our winners, Amityville Apocalypse.
Okay.
So we have some fun there. Kyle Rappaport, one of our presenters, and also in Amityville Apocalypse, and Cocaine Shark, was starring in it. Oh, go ahead. So, we had some fun stuff here, but we had some other ones.
Yeah.
A few others that slipped by on the timeline. Tunnel was definitely not that year, but we had Wes Anderson did a boatload of freaking short films.
He was on a hardcore Roald Dahl kick for some reason. Like, I think, wasn't it like a collection of Dahl short stories that he adapted several of them? And
he could have made that into a movie.
The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar was, I think, an Oscar-winning short.
Yeah.
It was certainly a nominee. And it was good.
This one could have literally almost been all Wes Anderson.
But if we did, I tell you though, if we did acting nominees from the short films, by God, I would have put Ray Fine up for the Ratcatcher. That was one of his roles to end all roles. It was great. And there was also some phenomenal acting in this, one of our nominees here, The Night of Fortune, and also The After. Both of them had phenomenal acting. They were really, really good films, both dealing with death and loss, much heavier than The Night the Dead Walked. But,
which was it was a Night of the Living Dead homage.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of those. There's a lot of like sequels and remakes, but no homages. And then, of course, Bus Stop, which I think Bus Stop was really... That was also with the Afterlife.
It was pretty interesting, yeah.
That was a very creepy one.
Yeah.
And I watch a lot of horror shorts, so which are all over YouTube. And if I can find it and I can see that it's the past year, those tend to go up there. And it was a very creepy one. You should check it out. In the Tunnel, even though it really didn't qualify technically, it was a good horror short. And Evan Jacobs. Maybe we should talk about him.
Yeah, I suppose we should.
How could we not? I mean, the man is a director of over 50 films. He has starred in many.
He has he has a work ethic, if nothing else.
I mean, Woody Allen is a good one to compare because he's one of those who subscribes to that belief of throw everything you have at the wall, and occasionally something good sticks to it. I think that was one thing Woody Allen was talking about one of the documentaries on him is that he has tons of ideas. And I think he did his last film that came out this year, which I want to say that might have been his 50th or something. I can't remember. It was.
I know he hit 50.
Yeah. Because I think he's at the end. He had said that he would love to do more, but it's just getting too hard, which... I mean, the Reputation, whether it's true or not, court of public opinion, it's true as far as they are concerned. So, therefore, I really do think that's the end. Even though I know he's not totally out, because a lot of the things I see on the upcoming releases, more and more of his movies are being re-released on Blu-ray.
Mhm.
Matter of fact, we have one this week that released on Blu-ray. So,
I'm still wondering when they're going to do some Criterion releases. I mean, at least Annie Hall,
Yeah.
you would think. But yeah, as far as M. Jacobs, maybe one day he'll get the Criterion treatment for Schusterman Levine or one of those. You never know.
well, on Vimeo, Anhedonia Unlimited, Anhedonia Films Unlimited has almost all of them. It has 50-odd films. SRS has a lot of other ones he directed. Mansplained, Amityville Death Toilet, Amityville Back Rooms, and the Front Rooms. I'm actually have some parts in some of those. Jake and I filmed something for the Stroller Drive film. So, some fun stuff. I mean, really and truly, if you haven't checked out Evan Jacobs, you really should. Even if it's for something like Schusterman.
Did you mention the short he did in Amityville?
Oh, yeah, he did do one there as well.
And keep an eye out next year. He's likely to be a contender for our Bit Player or Cameo Award. He has a very fun role in Amityville webcam.
Oh, he's actually one of the better parts of that
film.
film.
Easily. That's like Mr. Anderson has some competition there.
He does indeed. So our last one to go over before we hit the big boys is Barbie. Well,
which I'm sure some of y'all have heard of this.
Never heard of Barbie before.
So Greta Gerwig directed, co-wrote with her partner Noah Baumbach, an adaptation of a toy that goes back many, many years. Margot Robbie in the lead role, Ryan Gosling as Ken, Simu Liu as Ken, Dua Lipa as Barbie, Alexandra Shipp as Barbie, Kate McKinnon as Barbie.
Lots of Barbies.
There were lots of Barbies, lots of Kens, and one, Alan, I think his name is, played by Michael Cera.
And I will say this one deserves a lot of the nominations. Got a ton of them. I don't think got many wins or any wins, but
not many.
It definitely deserves a lot of the nominations. It is a great film. I need to do Barbenheimer one of these days.
I feel like Barbie's a flawed movie, but it is a fun movie. It's so much better than it had any right to be.
I think it is deserving of its placement.
And I'm Just Ken is a glorious song. And so that brings us up to the big one, doesn't it?
Yep, this is it. So, for Best Picture, we have Barbie, The Blackening, Elemental, Knock at the Cabin, Gojira, -1, or whatever.
Godzilla -1. Yes, however you would say it.
Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 3. Go for it.
Leo, Oppenheimer, Poor Things, Sean's Senior Year, Shingles, the movie, and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
And the winner is... Really?
Ooh.
Shingles, the movie?
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was something. Oh, wait,
So I guess the entire budget to that film went to its awards campaign. Is that?
I guess so. I hear that that the man himself is here for acceptance speech.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, let's hear from the director and really man behind Shingles.
Take it away.
Thank you. Oh, another one? Oh, okay. Just give me a second to set this down. Oh boy, I wasn't expecting this. Jeez. We beat Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer didn't have a gnome that pooped cocaine after eating human beings, so I think that's what put us over the edge. Sorry, Christopher Nolan. Maybe next time. But seriously, this is wonderful. I am so glad that you folks really appreciated Shingles the movie so much in order to award us Best Picture. That's crazy. That's nuts. We beat far better films, in my opinion, but guess not today. We're the best. We're better than all of those, and I couldn't be happier. Shingles is a flick that I'm very proud that we ended up making. I am eternally thankful to the Authors and Dragons for trusting me with directing their baby, with directing their screenplay, of, bringing their books to life. I'm so thankful to the fans that supported the film the whole time. I'm so happy for the new fans that are supporting us now because of the film, and I am so thankful to Lee Isley. Couldn't have done without her being the production manager on the whole thing. And we put together a really fun flick. It was a great team effort, and I'm so happy with the outcome and with how much people have been appreciating it. So thank you so much for the support. Thank you for this incredible award and prize. I don't feel like we deserve it, but clearly you all do, and I'm going to be holding this Best Picture winner with pride. You can just Photoshop it here. I'm sure it's in the mail. But thank you so much. Keep an eye out for more stuff from me, because more and more is coming. And obviously keep an eye out for more from the Authors and Dragons too. If you like Shingles, they have even more weird stuff. Thank you again, and stay spooky.
Well, that was it. Yeah, don't expect anything solid. We can't really afford that. I had to carry Jake in a cat carrier all the way over here to LA, and I don't know how we're gonna get back.
Had to.
Did you have the money to ride Spirit Airlines over?
I think we should just hitchhike on the way back.
Well,
nothing ever bad happened ever to hitchhikers.
Maybe we can get deported.
Oh, yeah.
Do Californians deport people who aren't from California?
No, but I bet if we went to Texas, we could easily get deported.
That's true. That's not that far. At least it's closer. Than where we're at. Either way, we got a long ways over there. But I think that we had some fun this year. Okay. We went a long way towards doing this, and I like to thank everybody involved this year, from our lovely people who presented, our lovely people who actually accepted, and yes, I did remember y'all's names. But it's a lot funnier when I don't remember them. But in any cases, though, you've all been lovely individuals. I thank you all for participating this year. It has been quite the ordeal getting through this, all these nights, all this editing. And even as I speak now, I'm not even sure it's going to come together. I'm sure I'll be watching this as we're talking now and go, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Get it together. Get it together. Get it together.
But, it may or may not be worth it. We'll see how it is. It's really going to be worth it, though, if any of y'all like it.
Yes.
Please be sure to leave the thumbs up. Let us know you've watched it this year. Do some comments. Let us know what your favorite films of the year are. We would love to keep this going, but we can't do it alone.
Yes, we would definitely, the more voices we get, especially in the nomination process, but in any process, the more voices we get, the more people on board, the more populist we can make our vote, the more interesting I think it becomes. And if any of you happen to have information on the best way to track down those pesky shorts or budgetary info on low budget films, what's a good way to look that up? Those are useful tips.
And the more people that are on here, the more easily it is to get presenters. I beg for presenters every year. And last year we didn't do a lot of begging because last year was such a rough year that we weren't able to do much. But, I want to make this big and bright. And I thought we did a pretty good job this year. I think we had some fun. I hope you had fun as the viewer. So with that being said, please subscribe, please like this, please share this.
Because sharing is caring.
Indeed. And of course, we'll see you next year for a version of the Versus Awards. Whether it will be the populist version or whether it's going to be our own little version.
And whether it's going to be in a place like sunny LA probably depends on where we end up getting deported to.
In any case, I hear the authorities. I think this tie is going to be best served as a garrote. So I'm going to go. And we'll have to see you on the next one.
Bye.